Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I believe we'd have to do a bigger round of applause for the Impenyinsem Cultural Troupe. A beautiful way of welcoming all of us to the capital city of Ghana, the center of the world, and a beautiful place where quantum science definitely does exist, has practitioners, and is welcoming all of you, our good friends from all over the world. On behalf of the Honorable Minister of Education of Ghana, the Director General of UNESCO, all sector agencies and friends in quantum science from all over the world, I say thank you very much for being a part of this moment as we all oversee the global closing ceremony of the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. Of course, over the years, this part of the world realizes the importance of science and technology in general in spurring development. And the new government led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is not left out on this vision. And so this comes definitely as a very crucial time as we welcome all of you here and look ahead into the future under the theme Celebration and Reflection, the Quantum Legacy, as well as help all of you to experience the beautiful culture of our beloved nation, Ghana, known as the Black Star of Africa. By way of introduction, my name is Nathaniel Atto. Today, I'll be your master of ceremonies, and I'll be imposing myself on you over the next 2 days. It's my hope that together, we all achieve the ideals of this closing ceremony and also give ourselves a renewed vision for the future so that we can affect the world positively. I'll not be doing this alone. I'll be aided by some friends whom I'll be introducing to you as we go along. But aiding me this morning here on the stage with sign language is Stanley Semenshia. Shall we do a big round of applause for him? And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this morning, as we get ourselves ready for the big deliberations, it's my pleasure to welcome here to the stage a fine gentleman who has devoted himself over the years to public service. He's a seasoned lawyer and represents the people of the Tamale South constituency in the northern region of Ghana. This is something he has done diligently over the years and has recorded a minimum of 20 years in service of the people of that constituency. Today, he will be leading the effort here, and of course, he comes on later on to help us to shape the vision and shape the conversations for today. Before that, however, would like to take some messages from friends from all over the world, and would like to begin with a video message, which will be coming from the Director General of UNESCO, Khalid El Anani. Shall we do a big round of applause? Okay, let's go.
Excellencies, dear students and researchers, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by sincerely thanking the government of Ghana for hosting this closing ceremony of the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology, and the government of Mexico for its leadership on this initiative. 1 year ago, this year was launched with clear goals to raise awareness of quantum science and to ensure its applications contribute meaningfully to the Sustainable Development Goals. The response has been extraordinary. Over 145 events took place across all regions, bringing together scientists, students, educators, and innovators. This global enthusiasm demonstrates that the appetite for quantum science is universal. Access to it, however, is not. Our global survey revealed deep inequalities. Many institutions still lack quantum facilities. More than 150 countries have no national quantum strategy. As quantum research accelerates, the growing quantum divide can no longer be ignored. Yet, inequality is not inevitable. This conviction has guided UNESCO's action throughout the year. We launched online training for African women scientists, expanded remote access to quantum computers, and listened closely to the communities to better understand their needs. The message was clear. The greatest challenge is not a lack of talent or ambition, but a lack of access, mentorship, and opportunity. This is also why today UNESCO is launching the Global Quantum Initiative with a focus on 5 priorities: education, infrastructure, awareness, diplomacy, and ethics. We need all partners, governments, industry, academia, civil society on board and working together. Our priority is clear: to support the countries with the greatest needs and the greatest potential: Africa, small island developing states, and the crisis affected regions. This is what UNESCO for the People means. Thank you.
We're grateful to the Director General of UNESCO. Shall we do one more big round of applause and appreciation? Ladies and gentlemen of distinguished measure, as I mentioned earlier, this is a distinguished public servant who has devoted himself to service from various levels of community development through to national development. For a minimum of 20 years, he has served diligently the people of the Tamale South constituency of the northern region of Ghana. It is by no accident that His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, entrusted the educational sector, which is very, very key within the development agenda of our nation, into his hands to oversee. This morning, he comes here with a message of warmth, a message of direction, and a message of a renewed strength as we all look forward into the future, having quantum science at the helm of our development and our education. Shall we welcome the Honorable Minister for Education of Ghana, Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Excellencies, Deputy DG, UNESCO, I should add Lydia Africa, in order that you are clearly distinguished from our Chief Director, Lydia Esuya. Excellency Mukala, representing UNESCO Ghana, Chief Director of the Ministry of Environment, and other heads of institutions from the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, colleague heads of agencies and institutions, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I was wondering why I should be the first person making the remarks, because I wanted to have opportunity to also learn more about quantum science and to learn from other experiences abroad. But I was reminded that my task this morning is a very simple one, is to welcome you all to Accra and to Ghana for the 1-year closing event of the significant milestone of the closing ceremony of the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. So to Nathaniel, let me thank you for those warm introductory words. I see you very well dressed in the Ghanaian fugu, this time with this accompanying compliments of a cap. Maybe I hope you are not reigniting the debate between Ghana and Zambia as to what constitutes a blouse and what is a traditional cultural wear of a smock. Maybe minded by the development in Zambia when Excellency John Dramani Mahama was in that country on a state visit. He got one of his best honors I have ever witnessed in my life as a visiting president to another republic. Maybe that reminds us, and probably I should get the Director General of the GES to declare that on any day declared our day, every Ghanaian learner must go in a culturally fitting dress for them to observe our day nationwide, so that each culture, each society will reflect its values and culture as we observe it. This gathering in Accra brings together, as I understand, leaders in science, policy, and education at an important moment for the international community. Your presence here affirms our shared understanding that knowledge, science, and innovation remain central to human progress. The proclamation of 2025 as the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology by UNESCO signaled the growing importance of quantum science in the modern world. Over the past year, attention has focused not only on discovery, but on the responsibility that accompanies scientific development of our country. We still note that there are major gaps as we observe, and there are about 145 countries that are still without quantum strategies. Quantum tools are also supporting agriculture and food systems through improved sensing for soil and water monitoring and more accurate climate forecasting. For countries where agriculture sustains livelihood, such as Ghana, and food security, quantum science remains significant and paramount. Hosting this closing ceremony in Ghana reflects recognition that global scientific dialogue benefits diverse perspectives. Africa's talent and intellectual contribution are part of the future of frontier science. Ghana's engagement with the International Scientific Initiative has a foundation. The experience of the International Year of Light and light-based technologies demonstrated how global observance can translate into national capacity and lasting impact. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, undoubtedly, education remains the strongest foundation for scientific advancement. Investment in teachers, researchers, and young learners will determine how important quantum science and its application would be useful in Africa and the rest of the world. I have the singular honor and privilege to welcome you all to Accra and to wish us all a very purposeful and fruitful deliberation. As the International Year concludes, this moment marks transition rather than closure. The task ahead is to deepen partnership, expand learning opportunities, and encourage responsible innovation. Quantum science will continue to evolve, and access to its benefits must evolve with it. Probably instead of discussing literacy and numeracy, maybe we should be talking more about science literacy. And maybe we should accept that there is now a gap between those who have access to quantum gap and those who do not. How do we work to close the gap? The choice of Accra as host city for the global closing is appreciated, and I want to express my appreciation to the Director General of UNESCO, Deputy DG responsible for Africa, for making Accra, Ghana, the proud host. I look forward to more fruitful deliberation. I understand that access to science is on the recline, and even the number of engineers globally is also declining. I'm sure it reminds us to wake up and invest more in science education, in particular quantum science. I see Kwenu, one of Ghana's lead persons. I'm sure when we're transiting those days to Y2K, he was relevant with his application of science. I recognize you. May God bless us all, and I thank you for the opportunity for Ghana to host this international event. I look forward to our shared experiences and trust that we'll all work collectively to close the gap. I thank you all.
Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Minister of Education of Ghana, and our guest of honor, we're very grateful to you for opening this very crucial conference within the bigger development of science and technology in the world. Shall we appreciate him with another big round of applause? Honorable Minister, Excellencies here gathered, representatives of various agencies, we will now take a message from the representative of the UNFPA as we look forward to starting off deliberations later this morning. Shall we, with a big round of applause, welcome the representative of the UNFPA to the stage.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. Honorable Minister of Education, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, the UNESCO Assistant Secretary General for Natural Sciences, Dr. Lydia Brito, the Chief Director for the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, the Secretary General of the Ghana National Commission for UNESCO, representatives of the American Physical Society, distinguished scientists and researchers, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Wilfred Ochan, and I am the UNFPA country representative in Ghana. I'm here speaking as the UN resident coordinator ad interim in the name of Zia Chaudhry, who is currently out of the country. On my own behalf, on behalf of the UN country team in Ghana, it is my great pleasure to join today as we mark the closing ceremony of the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. The United Nations General Assembly declared in 2025 as the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. As you are aware, the year was launched 1 year ago in Paris under the leadership of UNESCO with the aim of strengthening international collaboration, building scientific capacity in the global south, advancing gender equality in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and addressing the growing quantum divide. It also coincided with the 100th anniversary of quantum science, offering a moment to reflect on both past achievements and future possibilities. Hosting the closing ceremony here in Ghana is deeply symbolic. It reflects the growing capacity of the global south in quantum science and technology and highlights Africa's potential to contribute meaningfully to this frontier field. In the lead up to this event, Ghana has demonstrated this potential through concrete actions. We have seen the inauguration of the Quantum Computing and Assistive Technologies Laboratory at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. You've seen creating new opportunities, technology, creating new opportunities for research, innovation, and skills development. We've also witnessed the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences, Ghana, a UNESCO Category 2 Center of Excellence, hosts its inaugural Quantum Computing Hackathon, engaging young scientists and innovators in this rapidly evolving field. These initiatives reflect the spirit of the International Year, connecting science with education, science with innovation, and science with development. As we look ahead, the United Nations, through its specialized agencies, programs, and funds, will continue to champion quantum science and technology within the framework of the International Decade of Science for Sustainable Development. We encourage deeper science diplomacy among member states, academic institutions, and industry partners to advance the basic sciences while ensuring that application is guided by ethics, inclusion, and responsibility. As we close this international year, let us view it not as an ending, but as a foundation for sustained investment in science capacity across developing economies. In closing, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the government of Ghana, UNESCO, and the American Physical Society, as well as other partners who have contributed to the success of this international year. I thank you very much and wish you good deliberations.
We're very grateful to you, Dr. Wilfred Ochan, to the fact that you have added to the introductory perspectives to the conversations that we'll be having later today. We're very grateful to you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we appreciate him with another round of applause? And of course, this morning, Honorable Minister, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, helping me here on the stage as my co will be Sarah Ose, who is with SDEV Foundation. And of course, this morning, we're all looking forward to impactful conversations that will shape our thinking and shape the resolve, especially from this part of the world, to how we place quantum science within the bigger framework of our development.
Thank you, Nathaniel, and good morning to you all. It's a privilege to have you here in Accra, and reflecting this day, one name just keeps popping in my mind, how he would have been so proud and so happy to experience his dream come true in Accra. And this is the late Professor Francis Aloti. He would have been proud to be with you. And we appreciate the world. We appreciate UNESCO. We appreciate everybody for bringing this closing ceremony to Accra. Thank you.
Amazing. Of course, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we've got some more in terms of introductory remarks and conversations ahead of our deliberations later this morning. The next will be coming from one of our collaborating ministries.
Thank you. The next to help us with a statement is the Chief Director from the Ministry for Environment, Science and Technology, Mrs. Cynthia Asari-Bediako. Chief Director.
Honorable Minister for Education, His Excellencies, Assistant Director of UNESCO, Honorable Ministers and Heads of Delegation present here, leaders of international scientific unions and academics, members of diplomatic and scientific community present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. Good morning. I bring you compliments from the Acting Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, who would have loved to be with us, but due to equally important national assignments, he's unable to be with us as he's outside the jurisdiction. I'm therefore representing and presenting a statement on his behalf. I now read. The Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology conveys its warm greetings to all participants assembled to this global closing ceremony of the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. The International Year has provided a timely opportunity to reflect on the evolving role of science and technology in contemporary society. It has reaffirmed the importance of scientific knowledge, as a foundation for cooperation, innovation, and sustainable development across regions and disciplines. Ghana is honored to have contributed to the collective international effort that led to the proclamation of International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. Through its engagement with UNESCO and the wider multilateral system, Ghana supported the call for greater global attention to quantum science as an enabling field with far-reaching implications for development, education, and technological transformation, particularly for developing countries. Quantum science remains among the most dynamic areas of research. Its advancement demonstrates how fundamental inquiry continues to inform technological progress. Development in this field are influencing computer communication, material science, precision measurement, while raising important questions related to ethics, equity, and access. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for science and technology ministries, this development underscores the importance of responsive research systems and sustained investment in scientific capacity. Meaningful participation in frontier science depends on strong institutions, skilled researchers, and international collaborations, as well as deliberate efforts to bridge scientific divides between and within countries. Effective science ecosystems are supported by coherent policy environments, appropriate regulatory frameworks, and constructive linkages between research institutions and industry. These elements help ensure that innovation develops responsibly and contributes to societal well-being. Ghana engagement in international scientific cooperation is reflected in its participation in multilateral research partnerships, regional scientific networks, and global knowledge platforms. During the International Year, Ghana has promoted dialogue on capacity development, science education, and the inclusion of developing countries in emerging scientific domains, consistent with UNESCO's vision of science as a global public good. Ladies and gentlemen, the convening of this global closing ceremony in Accra affirms the value of inclusive global scientific dialogue and broad participation in frontier science. It also reflects confidence in Africa's growing role in shaping the future of science, technology, and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Environment, Science, and Technology continues to prioritize research strengthening, innovation support, and policy framework that enables responsible technology adoption. Attention to ethical development and alignment with international norms remain integral to this effort, including emerging areas such as quantum technologies. UNESCO's leadership in advancing science, ladies and gentlemen, as a global public good and in facilitating cooperation among states is highly valued. This leadership has been instrumental in mobilizing consensus around the International Year and in ensuring that its legacy extends beyond commemorations to sustain action. As the International Year concludes, attention now turns to sustaining cooperation through research collaboration, knowledge exchange, education, and capacity development. These efforts will be essential in ensuring that the benefits of quantum science are shared equitably and contribute to peaceful and sustainable development. Ghana remains committed to working with UNESCO, member states, and the international scientific community to advance science and technology in a manner that supports innovation, responsible governance, and shared progress. In conclusion, this ceremony stands as a powerful demonstration of solidarity among member states and the global scientific community. It reaffirms our shared commitment to advancing science in support of peace, inclusion, and sustainable development. I thank you for the presentation. And I wish this ceremony a fruitful deliberation. May I take the permission to indicate that I am Sueba to Adam. Madam Cynthia is no more with us, and I am the Chief Director of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. Thank you very much.
We're grateful to Madam Sueba to Adam, who is the Chief Director of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. And now, Honorable Minister, Excellencies here gathered, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Earlier, Sarah mentioned the legendary Professor Alote, whose work and footprints within this industry remain there and remain visible for the rest of time. This morning, would like to honor his memory and that of our departed former Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. Shall we rise at this time as we observe a moment's silence in honor of the memory of the legendary Professor Alote and the Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed. May the souls of Professor Alote and Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed rest in peace and rise in glory through the mercy of the good Lord. Amen. Please do resume your seats.
Before we take our seats, a little about Alhaji. Please sit. Alhaji Dr. Murtala Mohammed. On the 5th of August, we were privileged at SDEF Foundation in Ghana to host one of the global events in education. So Honorable Dr. Murtala was with us. It was so colorful, those who were at the event. He spoke so passionately about science and technology and the fact that the ministry has just inaugurated the research fund and therefore they were contributing to it. Little did we note that the next day we wouldn't see him again. So we are grateful for Honorable Murtala for the knowledge shared, his passion, and his zeal for science and technology. Thank you.
Introduce the next person.
And next to give us a message is John Doe. Yes, sir, please.
Nice to be here. Here we go. Great. So I'm the past president of the American Physical Society, and you may be wondering what that is. It is that we have a position after you're president, which I was last year during the International Year of Quantum, and you continue to do the work of the American Physical Society as past president. I'm going to start today with a quote. I have to say it's slightly different for the historians out there. You might hear it a little bit different at different times, but this is the one that seems to be the most official. And across the parapet, I see the mother of African unity and independence, her body smeared with the blood of her sons and daughters in their struggle to set her free from the shackles of imperialism. And I could see and hear springing of cities of Africa, becoming the metropolis of science, learning, scientific agriculture, and philosophy. And I hear the mortals resound the echo and the rejoinder. Seek ye first the political kingdom, and all the rest shall be added unto it. These are the words of Kwame Nkrumah, first Prime Minister and President of Ghana. This great oration, merely 100 words, summed the past and desired future for an eventual vision for Ghana as a stable democracy. In this famous speech segment, science is used twice, indicating visionary leadership that saw the relationship between science and empowerment of the people, between truth and social justice, between freedom of thought and the betterment of society. It is with this spirit that I stand before you today. When I was elected to the presidential line of the American Physical Society, I was hopeful that the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology would be the defining feature of my APS presidency. At the time, I understood that declaring an international year through the United Nations would be ambitious. What I did not fully appreciate was how much diplomacy, coordination, and persistence it would require to transform the ambition into a shared global commitment. Now standing here at the close of this remarkable year, I understand it very clearly. And that understanding begins with gratitude. We would not be here today, not in Ghana, not anywhere, without Ghana's leadership. Ghana's decision to serve as the lead nation on the UN resolution did more than launch a series of events. It affirmed that quantum science and technology belong within the shared global agenda for education, innovation, and sustainable development. Because of Ghana's leadership, the world experienced something extraordinary, a truly global celebration of curiosity, discovery, education, and possibility. It was a platform to educate people about the role of modern science and how it plays a pivotal segment of a very lively ecosystem in creating wealth and security, and the role that its citizens play in the scientific enterprise. Please join me in thanking Ghana, its Ministry of Education, and Ghana's IYQ Planning Committee, including Professor George Oduro, who served as chair. From the outset, the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology reflected the values that sit at the heart of the United Nations and of UNESCO in particular. International cooperation, knowledge, sharing, education, and the belief that science is for the public good. Quantum science can easily be misunderstood as distant, abstract, or reserved for a small number of experts. It is not. IYQ challenged that perception. It invited the world to see quantum science not only as a frontier of research, but as a field with real implications for society. When IYQ was first taking shape more than 3 years ago, I was quite excited. Quantum science is my research area, and the pace of discovery continued its acceleration. Absolutely remarkable situation. There was growing international attention to the promise of ongoing revolutions in single quantum state control, controlled complex quantum systems, and sensors. Curiosity-driven research was driving new ideas, new demonstrations, and new knowledge. And in an unprecedented turn, the pathway from basic research to products produced by companies became shorter than ever, at least in the field of physics. All the while, new discoveries continued at a breathtaking pace. Everything seemed aligned, and it did indeed remain aligned, but the context shifted. The past year has reminded us that we should not take the lessons learned from past generations for granted. We must renew our hard-won understanding of the turbulence of history. For us all, we must recognize that scientific progress is lessened when done in isolation in one country. The vibrancy of the scientific enterprise depends on societal stability, on international mobility, on agreement between nations, and perhaps most crucially, on open research and sustained investment in education. Each of these conditions requires nurturing. They require informed cooperation, and they require the long-term commitment that leads to breakthroughs in fundamental understanding of the physical universe, which then leads to technology that helps all the people on the planet. IYQ was remarkable, with ebbs and flows and vortices of rhetoric. These vortices are the things that move around in a way that's maybe not totally predictable. The rhetoric from governments and real barriers erected, the scientists, policymakers, and those who care about the future of the world banded together to move IYQ forward. Even under the reality of sudden funding cuts and threats to international collaboration, scientists selflessly worked for the IYQ goals. At a time when many forces pulled inward, IYQ created a space to reach outward. It brought together government units, educators, scientific institutions, cultural organizations, and industry partners around a shared objective: to deepen our understanding of quantum science and technology, broaden participation in its future, and bring all citizens on board the adventure of innovation and knowledge. Over the course of this year, through conversations and events around the globe, I saw how powerful that invitation became when it was taken up locally. Because IYQ was never a single event. It was thousands of moments of translation so everyone could understand, from researchers to students, from theory to imagination, from advanced concepts to accessible curiosity, and indeed technology. We saw quantum science appear in museums and public exhibitions, in workshops for teachers and students, in science centers and community spaces, and in creative settings where art, music, and performance open new pathways for engagement with the public. I still think about attending a full-day arts event devoted entirely to quantum science. There was music, there was theater, and a full-length play. One can imagine a full-length play about quantum. It was unexpected, it was memorable, and it was a reminder that if we want science to be trusted and valued, we must be willing to meet people where they are, with openness and creativity. We also saw quantum science appear in everyday public spaces. One example is a quantum computer object installed as a showcase in Chicago O'Hare, a major international airport. Hundreds of thousands of travelers will encounter it, admittedly, some because their flight is delayed. Still, IYQ provided, in this one very small example, an innovative way to expose the public to quantum science. And for brevity, I can't list all the incredible one-on-one and classroom activities that engaged young people across the globe, but we have a web page. From the beginning, IYQ sought to advance several interconnected goals: to strengthen collaboration across sectors, science, education, industry, and policy, recognizing that discovery and impact are deeply intertwined, to reinforce international scientific cooperation at a moment when global challenges demand shared solutions, and to engage the public, not simply by increasing awareness, but by building appreciation and trust in science, helping people see that quantum science is not about a distant future, but about practical advances already shaping our world, from sensing to timing to secure communications, materials, and measurement. If you take a step back, IYQ accomplished something even larger. It demonstrated what science can look like when it is treated as a shared global endeavor. International, not insular, rigorous, but still accessible, ambitious, but grounded in education focused on scientific truth, transcending cultural differences, driven by discovery and guided by individual responsibility. If this year has shown us anything, it is that talent is everywhere. The question before us, whether we continue to build pathways for that talent to thrive across borders, across governments, and across disciplines. And that brings me back to Ghana. It is fitting that we close the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology here, in the country whose leadership helped make it possible, and in a place that represents so much of what the future of global science must become. Not concentrated in a few regions, not limited to a few institutions, not defined by a few voices, but shared, distributed, invested in, built across continents, cultures, and generations. The future of science will be defined by where it is welcomed, taught, and sustained. The next generation of quantum scientists, engineers, educators, and innovators will come from everywhere. And our responsibility is not to predict where talent will emerge, but to make sure there are pathways for individual success and collective collaboration. This ceremony is not the end of our work to explain, educate, support, and celebrate quantum science, especially for the public. The momentum created this year continues, and the work going on in labs, classrooms, and companies is more exciting than it was even a year ago. To me, as I've seen this develop over time, I always expect things to level off, things to become a little boring, but they never do. Science just moves forward at an accelerating pace. It's truly amazing. It is amazing to see the next generation bring forward new ideas and technologies that I had not imagined or heard of even 5 years ago. But this gathering is a marker. It is an event. It is a celebration. A moment to pause, a moment to reflect, and a moment to recommit. A reminder that when inspired people work together, when leaders explain our shared vision, when institutions cooperate across boundaries, and when science is treated as a shared public good, we can create progress that endures far beyond a single year, far beyond this year, far beyond IYQ 2025. The quantum future certainly did not begin with IYQ. It was at least 100 years in the making. It developed through many channels that represent the richness of human experience and discovery. The International Year of Quantum Science and Technology simply helped the world see it more clearly. Thank you.
We're also very grateful to Mr. John Doyle, who is the past president of the APS. Shall we do a big round of applause for him? We're also especially grateful for key elements of his presentation, some of which also hammered very greatly on the need for sustained research and education. We're very grateful to you, sir. And now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, over the next minute or two, I'd like all of us to focus our eyes on the screens as we enjoy and view a winning performance of poetry. And we all do remember that in the year of 2025, there was a contest for poetry, and the winning piece is here on our screens. Please enjoy.
Level, we are all one. So it has a sort of spiritual. Hello, my name is Dr. Gary Day, and I'm absolutely thrilled to have won the Brilliant Writing Poetry competition. I would like to thank the judges and the organisers. Why did I choose the topic of entanglement? Because it shows that at some very deep level, we are all one. So it has a sort of spiritual as well as a scientific resonance. Here is my poem on that topic. They had the same print in their living rooms. Lowry, coming home from the mill, 1928. And whenever they glanced at this lost world, they felt the familiarity of that other place, which was also home, suffusing them with a sense of being in two places at once, unsure where each began and the other ended. She said they were the couple on the bottom right, moving away from the patchy crowd with its comedy hats and boots, solo dances, simple mimes, and pavement melodramas. All gone, like the factories, the coloured wagon, and the open doors of terraced houses. Once more, his eye is drawn to the couple heading out of the frame, arms linked, in step, and he wonders if she still feels this ghostly closeness, the nearest they come to touching now. Well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share the poem with you. I hope you enjoy it. And just a quick note, if you didn't know, and why should you, L.S. Lowry was a famous British painter, and he painted industrial scenes, very simple industrial scenes, but very evocative. Thank you, and goodbye.
Hello, my name is Luisa A. Igloria, and I'm thrilled to read my poem for the 2025 Brilliant Poetry Prize. An End to Time. I like putting one foot in front of the other, walking at a steady pace until I change the speed on the treadmill or come to the end of the half hour. I like wiping down the silver and putting them back in their drawers, but not ironing out the creases in a shirt. The child asks, "Is there an end of time?" It's the kind of question that can't be answered. If we knew, the world would be a different place entirely. If we knew, all measures would be undone. Animals would never come out of the sealed caves of their hibernation. The last, however many years of heartache would dissolve like a golden cube of honey in a glass of tea. The old queen would leave the hive whenever she wanted to, without being followed by a swarm, without having to scout for a new home to populate with food and bodies, without the new queens killing each other in order to be the only one.
I'm Moiza Fatma. My poem, Schrodinger's Attic, came from wondering if grief existed in a quantum state, both here and gone at once. I wanted to capture the fleeting moments of memory that feel alive until we confront their presence. The album keeps gathering dust, left unopened in Schrodinger's attic. I feel your presence until I turn the page. Thank you.
Seems like everyone is only looking for some fun. Find it in their things, or they find it in someone.
One, two, and two. Honorable Minister, Excellencies here gathered, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My sign language interpreter is Irene Dati. Shall we do a big round of applause for her? So throughout these 2 days, Irene Dati and Stanley Semenshia will be aiding us with sign language interpretation. It's time for us to listen to the keynote address, which will be on the topic, A Century of Quantum Science, celebrating 100 years of discovery, impact, and the next frontier for humanity. It's my pleasure to bring here to the stage a stalwart within the industry and one who has garnered great experience when it comes to the evolution and the continuous movement of quantum science. Please help me with a big round of applause to welcome here from the Institute of Physics United Kingdom, Michelle Doherty.
Heaven is waiting, right here for you and me. Heaven is waiting with every breath that.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's lovely to be here, not only to celebrate the International Year of Quantum, but to be in the heat and the sunshine of Africa. For someone who's just come from the winter of Europe, this is a lovely place to be, so thank you very much. So thank you for inviting me to speak today as we close what has been really an extraordinary International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. This year marks a centenary. But today we're not simply looking back, we're looking ahead. Because the next 100 years of quantum science really have the potential to be even more transformative than the last. The idea for this International Year began with a small group of scientists, educators, and historians who recognized that this centenary would be a unique moment, an opportunity not only to reflect, but to look forward to the profound impact that quantum will have over the next century. That idea gathered momentum. National scientific societies and international science organizations came together to support the proposal, recognizing the critical role quantum science and technology plays in addressing global challenges, from sustainable energy and secure communications to education and human health. With this strong backing from the international scientific community, national governments added their support, and in May 2023, led by Mexico, UNESCO's executive board endorsed a resolution encouraging an official United Nations proclamation. This was then followed by endorsement at UNESCO's General Conference in November 2023, co-sponsored by nearly 60 countries. In May 2024, Ghana formally submitted the resolution to the United Nations General Assembly. And on the 7th of June of that year, the General Assembly officially declared 2025 the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. The thing that astounds me is that this resolution was co-sponsored by 70 countries from more than 70 countries, and it represented over 5 billion people around the world. UNESCO's headquarters in Paris hosted the opening ceremony around about a year ago in February of 2025, and at that ceremony there were more than 1,200 people. Really an early signal of both the scale and the ambition of the year in front of them. So the International Year of Quantum has been a truly global event. Its aim has not only been to raise public awareness of quantum science and its applications, but also really, and this is very important for me, is to strengthen international collaboration with explicit attention to closing the so-called quantum divide. And it's particularly important to acknowledge the vital role of our hosts here in Ghana. Ghana was not only one of the key champions of the UN proclamation, but it really also embodies one of the central ambitions of the International Year. And that is that the Global South is not merely a consumer of quantum technologies, but an active participant, innovator, and developer. So the IWQ proclamation called on us to ensure that quantum progress bridges divides rather than creating new ones. and also to support a global quantum agenda grounded in inclusion, education, and workforce development, as well as international cooperation. It also highlighted practical actions as well, mapping global capacity, expanding access pathways, and empowering historically underrepresented groups. And that last point for me is something that personally resonates with me a great deal. My journey started as a young girl in South Africa, looking at the stars and the planet through a telescope that my dad built. I've had some amazing experiences since then. I've led magnetometer instruments on spacecraft missions to the outer planets, and I've recently become the first female astronomer royal in 350 years. And that for me, thank you, that for me really shows what is possible for people to achieve if they are empowered. It's an example of the fact that more diversity in background and in thinking really makes for better science and for better outcomes. I'm so excited to find out how a new generation of diverse perspectives are going to realize their potential, both in Africa and across the world. But of course, much has changed since Heisenberg first laid the foundations of quantum mechanics a century ago. In the field of health, quantum photonics is advancing medical imaging and diagnosis. Quantum chemistry is supporting the development of new vaccines and drugs. In industry and in infrastructure, quantum science is essential for developing new materials that drive technological innovation. In the environment, quantum physics will inform next generation sensors for environmental monitoring. Quantum computers will improve the accuracy of long-term climate models, and quantum engineering is already leading to more energy efficient and affordable solar cells. It's very clear that quantum science and technologies are integral to many industries, and this will only become more so in the future. It's really essential that we ensure open science and gender equality in education and research to ensure that quantum solutions are accessible to all. Quantum mechanics has not only transformed our understanding of the natural world, but it's already reshaped our daily lives. Technologies such as lasers, semiconductors, and modern electronics, all rooted in quantum principles, now underpin our global economy. In the United Kingdom, there's been a widespread recognition and government support for the strategic importance of quantum science and technology. And as a result of that focus, the UK has become a major quantum hub. We're now home to more quantum companies and attract more private investment into quantum technologies than any country other than the United States. Our National Quantum Technologies Program is the cornerstone of that effort, and it supports a whole range of different things: fundamental research, innovation, skills training, and international collaboration, all of which are essential ingredients for building a resilient, quantum-enabled economy. It's backed by over £1 billion of funding over the next 4 years. And I think for me, the most exciting thing about it is it really represents a dynamic partnership between government, academia, industry, allowing us to translate quantum science into transformative products and services. But of course, the UK is far from alone in this endeavor. If we look across the globe, we see a shared story of ambitious national investments and growing international engagement. That global commitment has been vividly reflected in the activities of the past year. The International Year of Quantum platform lists more than 1,000 events across every region of the world, covering an unbelievable array of subjects. John touched on some of those earlier. I'll give you a few examples. I promise I'm not going to share all 1,000 of them, but just a few. The Harvard University's Quantum Shorts Contest encouraged young students to explain a quantum science topic of their choosing through creative videos. The International Union of Pure and Applied Physics organized an international photo contest to portray the beauty of quantum processes and the impact they can have on our lives. The Quantum Innovation in Japan brought together multidisciplinary researchers who presented and exchanged groundbreaking ideas in quantum science and technology. And a similar thing happened at the Quantum Information Science and Technology Conference in the Philippines. There was an international conference on the history of quantum physics in Brazil, and Quantum Africa 7 brought together researchers, students, and the public from across the continent to come together and talk about quantum, as well as well-established scientists from around the world met in Morocco as well. In the UK and Ireland alone, our quantum community organized an extraordinary program of lectures, conferences, career events, school activities, and public engagement, which culminated in November of last year with a National Quantum Week. Thinking back even 20 to 30 years, would we ever have thought of holding a public quantum week where people would come together and exchange ideas? I think we should really stop and think and just realize how far we've come in engaging how important quantum is with the general public as well as with governments. As a result of the coordinated efforts of the UK and the Ireland quantum community, we saw quantum represented in a week-long exhibition in the UK Houses of Parliament. We also saw the formation of a new all-party parliamentary group, which was in fact created by members of Parliament to really coordinate and progress quantum issues. We've seen articles about quantum, its impact in national newspapers, and we've seen thousands of people engage with what quantum can do. Another hugely successful initiative is Quantum 100, which some of us saw as we were waiting for the events to start earlier. And this is recognizing 100 individuals who are advancing quantum research, innovation, education, and really building the community across the globe. So as what I've said and what speakers before me have also said, it's very clear that the International Year of Quantum has been an extraordinary global achievement. An enormous number of people have contributed to its success. And while I can't name everyone here today, I'm just going to take a moment to acknowledge some of those who played a particularly vital role. So Peter Knight and Rosario Fazio, who were co-chairs of the steering committee of the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology, and in fact the whole international steering committee who marshaled national and international activities and who volunteered so much of their time and energy to make the endeavor the success that it has been. But of course, all of the national physics societies who are engaged in enabling us to achieve this. The United Nations and the record-breaking numbers of member states that backed the resolution back in 2024, and the Ghanaian government for taking the resolution to the UN General Assembly, and especially Haruna Idrisu, Minister for Education of Ghana, who we heard from earlier, for hosting us in this wonderful closing ceremony. Thank you. But then I think last but not least, we should really give a huge thanks to all of the quantum community. It's you who are doing the science and innovation that is pushing the boundaries of what we understand and what is possible. It's you who are using quantum tech to tackle real-world challenges. And it's you who will be leading us on from this international year to its legacy. So really moving on from the inspiration we felt in this past year to really getting on with using quantum to change the world. We all know why quantum science and technologies matter. They represent a transformative leap in how we can process information, secure communications, and understand the physical world. But then, of course, there's also the economic benefit. A recent analysis by McKinsey estimates that quantum computing, communications, and sensing together could generate nearly $100 billion in global revenue by 2035, so 10 years from now. In 2024 alone, public and private investment in quantum startups approached $2 billion worldwide. Notably, governments have stepped up with their funding, really reflecting the growing recognition of quantum technologies as strategic national assets. Quantum computers promise breakthroughs in drug discovery and material science. Quantum communications technologies such as quantum key distribution offer theoretically secure encryption, and quantum sensors are already enabling unprecedented precision in navigation, in medical imaging, and environmental monitoring. These advances that are being made are going to reshape entire sectors, from healthcare and energy to finance and manufacturing, and they're going to underpin future technological leadership and national security. But I think for me, what is most important in many ways is that over the past year, the International Year of Quantum has highlighted something just as important as the technology itself, and that is the essential role of international collaboration in science. In a world where our challenges know no borders, cooperation is not optional, it's fundamental. Science thrives on the free exchange of ideas. When nations collaborate, innovation accelerates, trust deepens, and diplomacy is strengthened. Some examples: the IPCC, CERN, the Human Genome Project, and the International Space Station. All of these are powerful reminders that our greatest scientific achievements are collective ones. So, as we stand at the close of the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology, we're not marking an ending at all. We're really standing at a threshold. 100 years ago, a small group of scientists began to uncover ideas that would profoundly change our understanding of reality itself. They couldn't have imagined the smartphones, the satellites, lasers, or the digital world that we now take for granted. Yet it was their curiosity, their courage, and their willingness to collaborate across borders that set all of this in motion. So today we stand as stewards of the next chapter. The question before us is not only what quantum science will enable, but what kind of world we choose to build with it. Will we allow new technologies to deepen existing divides, or will we choose cooperation over competition, inclusion over exclusion, and shared progress over solitary gain? I think for all of us, the past year of the message from the past year has been very clear. The future of quantum must be a shared one. That means investing in research, laboratories, and hardware, but it also means investing in people, young scientists, students, and innovators in every region of the world. It means ensuring that talent, wherever it exists, has the opportunity to contribute. And it means working together across nations, disciplines, and cultures. Because the challenges that we all face, climate change, health, energy, and security do not recognize borders. If we get this right, quantum science will do more than transform technology. It will help strengthen trust between nations, and it will accelerate solutions to our most urgent global challenges. And it will remind us that humanity's greatest advances have always come when knowledge is shared. So let us carry the spirit forward: collaboration over isolation, openness over division, and a commitment that the next 100 years of quantum science will be defined not just by extraordinary discoveries, but by the progress that we will make together. Because when science is shared, humanity advances. Thank you very much.
We're very grateful to the president of the Institute of Physics United Kingdom, Michelle Doherty, who has reminded all of us that when science progresses, it has a way bigger effect on humanity than we all do think. We're very grateful to you, madam. And our distinguished ladies and gentlemen, wrapping up this part of this conference will be a brief presentation and a message of goodwill from Dr. Heike Riley. And she's representing DPG. Shall we welcome her with a big round of applause?
Figured out this time, and all of the plans you made will work out.
Dear Excellencies, honored guests, and distinguished colleagues, thank you for this great opportunity to warmly welcome you, also in the name of the German Physical Society, to this IYQ 2025 closing ceremony here in Ghana. We are very grateful to the Ministry of Education, to the important role Ghana played in the International Year of Quantum 2025. And thank you for hosting this event and us here all in Accra. The International Year of Quantum 2025 was initiated as a global grassroots effort by the scientific community, carried forward by the international professional societies, and ultimately brought to the United Nations by UNESCO and formally submitted by Ghana for adoption. Thank you. The last year has been an outstanding and very fruitful endeavor. The German Physical Society, abbreviated DPG, had the great pleasure to be one of the significant supporters. DPG was founded in 1845. It is the oldest national and largest physical society in the world. It is a non-profit professional association that exclusively and directly pursues non-profit purposes. The activities of the DPG are carried out by its members and are on a solidly voluntary basis. The aims of the DPG are to serving physics and its community in all its aspects. We promote the exchange of experience in teaching, research, and application. In particular, also young scientists are the focus of our support. The DPG stands for freedom, tolerance, truthfulness, and dignity in science, and the awareness that these working in science hold particular responsibilities to these principles. It was a great pleasure to participate, therefore, also in this year, last year, and make a great effort and contribute to the wonderful events that happened. The largest event in our portfolio to achieve the objectives are the annual spring meetings of the German Physical Society. More than 10,000 physicists annually from Germany and abroad attend. This international conference is driven by a rich scientific and educational program. Open exchange, networking, and long-lasting relationships attract many scientists from academia and industry all over the world. DBT Spring Meetings rank among the largest physical congresses in Europe. And this year, they will be in Mainz, Dresden, and Erlangen, and I hope many of you can also join. The DPG honors excellence in physics by presenting awards. The most prestigious examples are the Max Planck Medal for Outstanding Performance in the area of theoretical physics and the Stern-Gerlach Medal for Outstanding Performances in the area of experimental physics. Over the last couple of years, it was a great pleasure to contribute to the preparation and last year's executions of the IYQ 2025. The International Year of Quantum Technologies was a significant effort and at the core of our objectives. DBG has been a founding partner as was involved from the initial planning stages right through the end of the year. The DBG took the lead in Germany within the IYQ framework. A volunteer task force was formed by dedicated members of the DBG, and they put a lot of effort, energy, and passion for about 4 years to create a plethora of events with broad reach also into the society. The DBG collaborated internationally and also nationally with various organizations to organize and promote events and projects from DBG and partners. The program of the DBG contained a variety of different thematic topics, from quanta in science and quantum technologies, reaching the public and society, playful quantum science in schools to promote early education and getting in touch with quantum, quanta in music, philosophy, art, and literature, under the motto of Quantum Meets Art. Quanta in the professional world is as important, connecting to people who are already in their professional careers, in industry, and also in the society. And also the topic of the past to the modern quantum world and beyond. So overall, more than 420 events were organized under the leadership of the DBG. A tremendous of work was done by passionate volunteers. Some of them are also here. And a big thank you, therefore, to all of them and to all of you that have enabled this year. You can be certain it made an impact all over the world. It's just the beginning. Thank you.
We're very grateful to Dr. Heike Rell, who is the president-elect of the German Physical Society. This is the world's biggest organization of physicists, and they have a membership in excess of 50,000. And she has the privilege of leading the German Physical Society. We're very grateful to you for your massive contributions to the progress of this area of discipline around the world. And now, Honorable Minister, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're very grateful to all of you for being a part of the first part of today's ceremony. We'll be retiring for a photograph session with the Honorable Minister before he takes leave of us for other pressing national assignments, after which we'll return here to the hall for the start of the moderated sessions. Would like to say a very big thank you to all of you, for all of our friends who are joining us from different parts of the world. And also from the African perspective, would like to salute the likes of Dr. Nina Kukweno, who is a pioneer of the internet on the African continent. Shall we do a big round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen? And just like all of you from different parts of the world, Dr. Nina Kukweno is ensuring continuity and the transfer of intellect and knowledge to the new generations that are coming after us. With this kind of participation, we're very sure that the world will surely move at a faster pace than it is, because in areas of manufacturing industry, for instance, the impact of quantum science is deeply felt, and this has been evidenced in the kinds of presentations that we've had so far. There'll be more as we go into the moderator sessions, but would like to say a very big thank you to all of you for being a part of this. And of course, I'd like to urge all of you to ensure that we're part of that big photograph on the big backdrop outside of the hall. Immediately after that, we'll all proceed to the lawn over here across for light snacks, after which we'll return to the hall in 30 minutes. Honorable Minister, we're grateful to you for your presence here this morning. And now shall we all rise?
Mr. Francis?
Hello. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so we can hear you loud and clear in the room. The session.
Hello.
Yes. Hello, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so the session will resume shortly, but we just wanted to
Okay.
test your sound, and we can hear you clear in the room now. Will you be turning on
So
your
I'm
video?
loud and clear. Is that
Yes.
please?
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Okay.
And your video, we can't see
I'm
you yet.
lean back a bit. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, because I'm sitting in a chair, so I want to make sure that it goes through. Yeah. What else am I supposed to do?
Your video.
Video notes. I'm thinking it's a sort of free Starlink.
Very good. And you same thing, like say we know on it.
Yeah. Please, can we see your video?
You mean you want to see my?
Okay. We can see.
Is it okay?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay. Is the pusher okay?
That's us. Okay.
Hello?
Francis, can you hear me? This is Paul Cadden-Zamansky.
Very well. Paul, great to meet you again.
Great to speak to you. Okay, we're
Sorry,
in a
I
break.
couldn't be there in person. I was eager to meet all of you, but it just wasn't possible. So
Great. So we're in a break right now, and I think we'll start in about 5 minutes or so with the actual panel.
the actual panel, okay. We are here, ready.
Yeah, so I will be introducing the speakers, and I'll introduce you. You'll be up on the Zoom. We can all see you right now.
Okay. Hope I'm looking okay.
You're looking great. You're looking great.
Wow, Paul. Yeah, so
Yeah, that should work. Yeah, it's tell somebody to do something, they do it. Right?
Yeah,
the clipboard
right.
is just the magic
Yeah.
prop, right? Yeah. I don't usually carry one with me, but I was like, I'm moderating. I better have some prop.
Yeah. Oh, where's your mic? Okay.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, respectfully, I would like to ask that we all take our seats as we get ourselves ready for the moderated conversations. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to respectfully ask that we all take our seats for the start of the second session. Thank you. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we start off with the launch of the 2025 IYQ report by UNESCO. And this panel discussion will be on the topic From Celebration to Continuity, Consolidating the Gains of IYQ 2025 and Advancing the International Day of Quantum Science. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for this session is an associate professor of physics at the Bard College and a global coordinator of the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. He is an experimental condensed matter physicist whose recent papers have been on geometric methods of visualizing quantum states. He also earned graduate degrees from Northwestern University and the London School of Economics and has held research appointments at Columbia University, Argonne National Laboratory, and the U.S. National High Magnetic Field Laboratory, and is also a former chair of the American Physical Society's Forum on the History and Philosophy of Physics. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, please help me welcome Paul Kadden-Zimanski. We've got 4 panelists for us for this conversation, and one of them will be joining us virtually, and 3 of them are here.
To join the panel, we have Amar Kasri, Chief of Section for Basic Sciences, Research, Innovation, and Engineering, UNESCO. She leads global programs to strengthen research and capacity building in the basic sciences to support sustainable development. Previously, a director of the Nanotechnology Research Center in Egypt and a researcher at the institution, including the Max Planck Institute and IBM. Her career spans material science and nanotechnology. She holds a PhD in biophysics, multiple patents, and has authored over 40 peer-reviewed publications and policy briefs. The second who is joining us online is Professor Francis T. Odro. He is a mathematical physicist at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. She has authored and she has supervised over 200 postgraduate researches, and most recently, his work includes advancing research and advocacy of quantum science and technology. He has collaborated and formed a research group called Quantum Models Lab. Professor Odro will join us online. The third is Claudia Franciola. Claudia is head of public engagement and informal science education, American Physical Society. She serves as the secretariat coordinator for the UNESCO-endorsed International Year of Quantum Science and Technology 2025, where she oversees global operations, partnerships, and strategic events. With a research background in high-energy physics and education, she leads initiatives to foster inclusive science, communication, and strengthen the connections between physicists and society. Her work is dedicated to creating opportunities for meaningful dialogue between scientific communities and diverse publics worldwide. Claudia, thank you. And the last but not the least is Yasser Omar. Yasser is a professor at IST, University of Lisbon, professor of PQI, that's Portuguese Quantum Institute, and the coordinator of the World Quantum Day. Thank you, Yasser.
Thank you very much. Can people hear me okay? people in the front row can hear me okay. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting us to be on this panel, and to thank the local organizers for the kind introductions. As mentioned, I'm Paul Kadin-Szymanski. I'm one of the coordinators of the year and a physics professor at Bard College in the United States. Amal, I'd like to start with you as the UNESCO representative up here. I think all the people on the panel have some expertise about what happened during the year. We want to focus some on the past, but then also look to the present and future. So as we heard this morning, the history of IYQ, UNESCO General Conference made this recommendation to the United Nations to mark 100 years of quantum mechanics in 2025 with an international year. And then the UN General Assembly adopted resolution in June 2024, and they delegated UNESCO to be the lead agency in implementing their vision. So as a representative of that agency, can you tell us how did UNESCO go about implementing this vision?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paul and colleagues. Good morning, and to the audience here. I'm really happy to be here. But before I start, let me just sincerely thank the government of Ghana, the government of Mexico, because both of them were really instrumental in this. And of course, our long-standing partner, American Physical Society, because we worked really well together on this implementation. So when the United Nations General Assembly proclaimed 2025 as the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology, we all know why 2025, celebrating 100 years since the theory of quantum became known and being used in modern physics. But for us at UNESCO, it was not just a year to celebrate. It's not about visibility or events. It's actually more about really having an inclusivity. So to ensure that this new quantum technology is globally distributed and also aligned with sustainable development. This was really one of our main aims. So for us at UNESCO, we started, in order to build on this, we started building coordination and also credibility. So we wanted to establish a kind of a structure, the platform, not just a series of events, which events, of course, are important. And through the events, we needed also to ensure the diversity, that everyone is involved, industry, institutes, universities, general public. So it's really a kind of a diverse platform. Second, we wanted to focus mainly on education, because education and the capacity building, not only because our capacity building in science and engineering is our main mandate, but actually it's because why to advance this technology, we need to focus on this part which we are somehow missing in some parts of the world. And 35% of the reported activities were about education. This already gives us a kind of a message that people are ready, countries are ready, and they see the need for education for this kind of new technology. So perhaps one of the most important actually themes for us during this year is to close the quantum divide. And I'm really happy about all what we heard this morning from APS, from DBG, from Institute of Physics in UK. And we can see clearly that there is an emphasis on closing the quantum divide. It's not really for the sake of anyone to keep the divide in emerging technologies. So in order to understand this more and address it and define the solution, UNESCO conducted a global survey on understanding the global landscape of quantum technology regarding research, infrastructure, and others. And we received 590 responses from 81 countries. Despite extending the deadline, we were hoping for more, but this was already a message. This was already a clear message. After a long time survey, only 590 responses were received, and this, based on that, we started really looking at this ecosystem. So the results of the survey show that 33% almost of the respondents didn't have any quantum technology infrastructure. This is really concerning for us. And so this is almost 1/3 of the respondents, so we can consider it as also a global representation. So 22% reported having computing research facilities. Only 22 So this shows really the need for to identify solutions for this. So in order to move ahead, and maybe you asked for recommended some stories or something, and I remember clearly some of those who were talking to follow up on the survey results. They said clearly that we want to be, we understand why quantum technology is important, but we don't want to be just spectators. We don't want just to be there to watch. We want to be involved. And this really shows the momentum among the scientists and the governments and the policymakers on how this technology can be advanced. So for us at UNESCO, I would say that our role was threefold. First was to coordinate and legitimize the global mobilization, also to document the progress and to structure the gaps. These gaps is very important to be structured, to be identified, to be addressed, and also to shift the focus from just visibility and creating a kind of advocacy to really real plans on how to achieve the inclusion and the long-term capability of this technology. And that's why you will hear tomorrow more about this, but I'm happy to announce that we initiated this new initiative with several partners. You will know more about it tomorrow to ensure the continuity, which is the Global Quantum Initiative. And I don't want to speak about it a lot now, but it is just to ensure achieving what I just mentioned, closing the quantum divide, ensuring a quality education in this field, governance and ethics, ensuring also that the technology can be advanced, but within certain governance and ethical platform. So I'm happy to answer more questions later.
Thank you, Amal. So it was mentioned this morning multiple times about how Ghana took the lead at the United Nations in sponsoring this resolution. I think one thing that wasn't necessarily mentioned is of the 70 countries that signed on, there were some very large countries, very well-resourced countries, the United States, China, India, but it was Ghana that took the lead. And so I thought it'd be interesting to look at, since you talked about the global picture, the picture of how things changed in Ghana. And Francis, I think you can speak to this better than any of us here. So can you tell us what was YQ to Ghana? How have things changed here since the year was declared?
Thank you, Paul. Hope you can hear me loud and clear. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. The IYQ for us in Ghana, and I'm very sure for other people in the rest of sub-Saharan Africa, the IYQ was simply, absolutely a game changer. It has brought to us a lot of awareness about how quantum science and technology is actually making possible another industrial revolution, which is going to bring in its wake a lot of benefits to mankind, progress and prosperity in almost every area of our human endeavor. So we're all excited, but there are certain apprehensions that we have. And that is, if there's going to be another industrial revolution, are we going to be part of it, or are we going to miss it just as we have missed some other industrial revolutions? So that is our fear. But we have a lot of hope in the sense that there's evidence that the global community is ready, willing, and able to support us, become participants and not just spectators of this coming revolution. In fact, the fact that the closing ceremony of the International Year of the Quantum Science and Technology is being held here in Ghana is witness, it bears witness that there exists that goodwill among the international community to support us, to be able to bridge the gap between the developed world and the underdeveloped world, so that we do not miss another industrial revolution. I think so many speakers have spoken about this in terms of the quantum gap and the fact that there's so much that we have to catch up with before it is too late. We are hoping that efforts in the field of quantum education through collaborations between international partners as well as internal partners, both in all the levels of education as well as across disciplines, especially within the STEM fields, would help us to be able to achieve success. So, as I said before, there's a lot of prospects for us in quantum. We in Ghana, as well as in the rest of sub-Saharan Africa, have a particular strength as far as education is concerned, and that is we have a youthful population. Our median age is just around 19 years. And young people that we have are energetic, they are very creative, and all that they need is to be given the capacity to be empowered. And that is our hope, that this will happen in the nearest future. It has already started, and we are seeing certain signs already. It's our hope that in the next 100 years, if we meet to celebrate, of course, we'll not all be here, we would have a better story to tell. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. So can they advance to the next slide? Oh, great. I want to turn to Claudia. So we heard from Amal about the global picture, and you just heard some nice words from Francis, particularly about connecting this down to the youth level. You've moved between the high level and the low level throughout this year. We have up here a slide which features some images from particular events around the year. As was mentioned this morning, there were over 1,000 events that happened around the year. Almost all of them were grassroots events, spontaneously generated. And I did actually want to take a moment, there have been a bunch of nice thank yous this morning, to thank anyone, anywhere, who took the time to help organize one of these events. So this slide has a detail in it from the upcoming UNESCO report on the year, which will be out in the coming months, and has statistics and figures in it about the year and recommendations going forward. But Claudia, can you speak to having seen some of these events in person, going back and forth between the high-level political discussions and the on-the-ground events with youth, and then what have you noticed during the year? What progress has been made, and what still needs to be done?
Okay. Can everybody hear me? So, first of all, thank you. Thank you to all of you for making this happen. I'm so proud and happy to be here at the conclusion of a successful year, an amazing year. We wouldn't be here without Ghana because it was really, they saved us. It was a Hail Mary. Mexico took the lead at UNESCO, but it was really Ghana who stepped forward to make this happen at the United Nations. One thing that I wanted to point out is that, as it's been said this morning, 70 plus countries supported this. But what is really important is not just the sheer number of countries, but that 80+% of that was actually from the Global South. And this shows the interest of the Global South to be participants, not just observers of what is being referred as this quantum revolution. And throughout the year, something that I have noticed, right, like moving up and down from like big picture to the actual grassroots movement, is that these countries have really stepped up. So while I was, a couple of weeks ago supporting a science club from high school and undergraduate students organize a 2-day conference on the topic of quantum and quantum careers, right? This would have not been possible without the banner of the International Year of Quantum. And it was organized by them and run by students. So this is quite amazing. Also, Peru organized an online event. Oops. There's a feedback there. There you go. Supporting, running professional training that is not provided at the university level, but that these students know and understand how important it is to build capacity and get the skills for getting into the quantum revolution. So they are organizing their own online schools. I've seen these more and more throughout the year. And it's something that, we hear a lot that it's all about collaboration and how there's talent everywhere. And I can think if sharing a story is what keeps, as a storyteller myself, I know that that's important. And I want to say my story with quantum started very early on. So I actually remember reading about entanglement when I was about 12 years old and saying yes, I don't understand it, but jump into this. I want to do this. And then as an undergraduate student, I'm originally from Venezuela, so I grew up in Venezuela in South America. And as I was an undergraduate, I said, I want to do quantum algorithms. That's the research project that I want to do. And the professor that I approached said, oh, that's great, but there's no network here. There's no expertise here currently to help you develop that. So I had to change and did high energy physics. But that taught me something. I learned, yes, talent exists everywhere, but it's only possible to enact on it if the opportunities and the infrastructure exist. And what I have seen, yes, International Year of Quantum has been a success. It has lit a spark, but it's just the beginning. Both things are true, that this year has been a success, but that there's also a lot of work that needs to be done to continue. So these provided the momentum, but we need to keep that momentum going. And then make, as Amal was mentioned and Professor Oduro was mentioned, we don't want to be just participants or users of that technology, right? So ensuring that there is collaboration across nations, across organizations, across sectors like policy, industry, and education, working together to make sure that there's real access and that everyone is participant on the development of these technologies to make them equitable and a responsible use is critical for closing that quantum divide. So infrastructure is not just a solution. We really need to cooperate and collaborate together to make these equitable. And with that, I think that I'll pass it on to talk about the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. So Yasser, let's turn to you. A lot of people have asked during this year, they're saying, oh, it's great we're having a quantum year, but what's next? How do we have a focal point of a year? And the ready answer is, well, we have a focal point of a day as well. I think I can switch that slide maybe if the clicker works. A World Quantum Day. So you and your colleagues going back 5 years ago or so helped to establish this grassroots movement to mark April 14th of every year as being World Quantum Day as a way of focusing attention on quantum, which has a lot of the same goals as IYQ. So can you tell us a little bit about the inception for that, how that grassroots movement has grown, and what IYQ did for it, and what it looks like going forward?
Sure. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much to all the organizers, in particular here, the colleagues in Ghana, for this spectacular event. And I mean, the International Year of Quantum has been an effort of many individuals, many organizations, many sponsors, but it all started from one person who I think didn't get enough credit, which was our chair, Paul Kaden-Zimanski. So I want everybody to show their appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, because of a passport issue, you couldn't be at the opening ceremony, but I think credit is due and it's not too late. So thank you very much. So you're right, the idea of the World Quantum Day is to promote the public understanding of quantum science and technology and empower the community of experts, of stakeholders or enthusiasts who want to do something about quantum. So this idea, we start working on it back in 2020, and that's when we met, and it was thanks to you and the set of quantum historians that you gathered that we chose the date, right? So the date was discussed in a meeting online during the pandemic with Paul and many people you brought together, experts in history of quantum science. And so the idea was, let's choose a date that is inclusive. Then I can tell you a bit the story about the date. Is related to Planck's constant in some funny units, because in the most usual units, this would fall in June, and so many schools would be closed and we would miss, a significant target audience. So we agreed on April 14th with this group of colleagues, and we said, okay, on April 14th, 2021, let's go online and announce that in 1 year's time, April 14th, 2022, we will start celebrating quantum around this date. And it took over very quickly, so we brought in together from more than 70 countries around the world with the significant representation from the Global South. Alain Aspect kindly accepted to give an online talk which marked this announcement on April 14th, 2021, saying in 1 year's time we start celebrating. And this was very interesting because, so first, this was supposed to be a single event, like a pre-announcement or a pre-event and a pre-celebration and announcing things in 1 year's time, but immediately it got out of control, and colleagues from different continents said, no, we want to have at least one in our continent. So in the end, we had 6 events in 2021, and then we finally started in 2022, and it really picked up. It's completely bottom-up, and so we immediately had 200 events in 2022, and things spread out very quickly. I want to tell you 2 things. This started as a group of scientists, a group of quantum scientists, of experts, and that's very important. The idea is to be extremely inclusive and have not only scientists, but all interested people, individuals, organizations, societies, academies, companies, etc. Things started growing, but then there was the application for the International Year of Quantum, and so we followed the advice from John Dudley and Johnny Mello. Let's let that application evolve, and so we kept quiet in terms of organization and involvement of stakeholders, etc., to fully support this very important application. But at the basis, this is a group of experts, and going back to experts is very important. Maybe I'll come back to this later. But I want to advance already. There's many important ideas for what comes next, many initiatives around the world. I want to warn you about what I call quantum neo-colonialism, and I guess we'll have the chance to discuss that later. But I want to tell you an anecdote from this online event on April 14th, 2021. So we gathered all our quantum representatives, so quantum experts from around, I think, 65 countries at the time. We were all online in Zoom. And I never forget the words from our representative in Israel. He said, wow, we did something amazing. I never thought I would be in the same meeting, even if it's online, with a colleague from Iran. So this was, at the time, a time of hope. Unfortunately, things are not going in that direction. But, we could find a common language, a common interest, a common passion for collaboration. And I think this should not be lost, and we should continue to exploit this. To finish my intervention, yes, so the World Quantum Day exists, and the idea is to, of course, continue this every year around April 14th. We are not picky about the date. Any date around, from March to May, it's fine. So, for example, in Italy, they organize, around the World Quantum Day, they organize the Italian Quantum Weeks from March 14th to May 14th, so 2 months. So, it's a Gaussian distribution of events with a peak around April 14th, but any day is a good day to celebrate the World Quantum Day. I guess I can come back to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasser. So we've heard a little bit about the importance, as you put at the end, of the inclusivity and moving forward together across all nations. So I wanted to ask the question about how we go about that more specifically. So maybe Francis is the person to start with. Thinking about the goodwill that I think I see a lot of places where they say, yes, we'd like to help developing countries, we'd like to help the global south. That was an explicit statement in the UN resolution behind the year. But you have the floor here with an international audience. What would you like those people in industrialized countries to know about the situation in Ghana, the situation in Africa, and what ways can they help? What are the best things that someone in a country who wants to make sure that they are inclusive in bringing everybody forward together, what should they know? Hold on, we can't hear the audio.
Loud and clear.
Okay, now go ahead.
Good. There is an African proverb which says, if you want to go fast, you can go alone. But if you want to go far, then you have to go with others. So community is important to us here in Africa, and I'm sure all over the global south, that is the case. The reason why we have fallen behind, if you like, and we have this name tag underdeveloped, is because technology, I think, is a driver of development. Without technology, you cannot develop. At least it's the main thing for development, socio-economic development, and so on. But technology requires know-how, the ability to turn science into something useful, something that benefits mankind to solve real-life problems. So if we want to have technology, then we need to have the knowledge that goes with it. And that can only come through education. Now, we have this gap because we don't have the technology, we don't have the knowledge, and we don't have the education. So we need support from those who have it. So the North has not just prosperity, they have the technology, and that is why they have the prosperity. So there's a need for collaboration, for support, for dialogue, for partnership. If we want to acquire the technology, that will lead us to development, particularly as we are now getting new technology and therefore a new industrial revolution. So as has been said over and over again, collaboration is really the key. But how do we collaborate? I think Yasser referred to something that he called neocolonialism or something like that, yeah. So we do not want that sort of collaboration. So whatever kind of collaboration we are having, there should be some kind of prioritization. We don't want wholesale importation. We want to be able to apply what we are learning or what we are trying to acquire, skills or whatever, to our own surroundings, to the problems that are important to us. For example, we don't want to put too many resources into, say, quantum cosmology. We would rather be more interested in how do we apply quantum to solve problems in agriculture or problems in health or clean water. These are priorities for us in Ghana, Africa, and the general South. And these are the things that we would want to people to appreciate. Otherwise, we end rather kind of increasing that gap and not closing it. So whereas we want help, we want support, we want knowledge to be transferred, and we want to do this at all levels of the educational system, from the basic school through the secondary school to the university to the postgraduate level, and even to research and applications of research in technology. We would like to do this with some kind of selectivity while exchanging information to make sure that at the end of the day, it will translate into real progress in areas that we have needs. Yeah, we do not also want to say that we are not going to contribute at levels which universally push mankind forward. No. So the differences in whatever curriculum that we develop would basically be in the areas of application, because it is in those areas that we can now see that there are differences in needs and emphasis. Yeah, so collaboration, we definitely need it. And we are very hopeful because, as I said before, it is very clear that the North are interested in doing this collaboration. They are interested in sharing. And I think this is something that they should be encouraged to do. And we would only urge them to do this in a collaborative manner so that we will tell them exactly how, where, and when the knowledge that they are trying to transfer, the technology that transfer is going to help us. And at the end of the day, we can actually close that gap. And then we all become equal partners on the globe.
Thank you, Francis.
Yeah. And I think, Paul, I want to add this again, that we have a contribution to make as people from the South. And I think that contribution, and I'll say it again, is the youth of our population. You know, because even in knowledge transfer in the North, they still need students, right? So if the population there is growing, a growing population, that can be a problem, right? Because you need more people to be able to advance on certain areas. So the South is prepared to give us the students that we need in the numbers that we need them. And the skills, as Claudia said, are everywhere. I mean, people are talented all over the place, right? So the more people we involve in this research, in this kind of dialogue, the more mankind as a whole will progress. So it is important to recognize that we do have these contributions and it's positive.
Thank you so much.
I think that I'll stop here.
Can I just I would like the question to be slightly reframed because the word help comes very top down. And as Professor Maduro said, this is equal partnering, equal collaboration, equal footing, recognizing that different kinds of knowledge have equal value, and that's how we need to show ourselves at the table.
So I had a follow-up on this because he mentioned the technology gap, but then one way of solving that, or a first step, that was about education. And while you could look at technology infrastructure from nation to nation and find some significant disparities, when it comes to quantum education, particularly at the secondary level, most countries are at the starting point right now. A lot of countries will have emphasis on STEM in general, but quantum is not really integrated into this younger age curriculum. And so there seems to be no reason why a country like Ghana couldn't take the lead and teach the world something about how to implement quantum education in a better manner or a more complete manner than other countries. I was wondering from each of you, whoever wants to jump in, what you think this educational landscape looks like in terms of integrating quantum, particularly for the younger ages, thinking about youthful nations. Like, where is that right now? Where has it come to? And what are the next steps?
I can jumpstart. I have a personal radical view about quantum. To me, quantum can start at the kindergarten level, very young, because we experience the world, the classical world. We live in that, and so we develop intuitions about how things should be. But quantum, we don't develop that intuition because we don't live in the quantum world. So then if we start talking to little kids about modeling and understanding those kind of phenomena early on, it will be easier to then catch on. But I think that in terms of the landscape currently, right? It varies widely from country to country, and even within the United States, where I'm more familiar with, from state to state. The reality is that we need to provide more support. So at the primary level, teachers often don't come with even a physics background, right? So they fear that bringing that to the classroom because they feel they don't have the knowledge. So how can we provide resources to support teachers to build on that next generation? I think that there is a need for quantum literacy, that not everybody needs to go into quantum careers, but there needs to be a quantum literacy. And also broaden what it means to have a career path in quantum, right? Right now, it's very focused around PhDs. But the reality is that the quantum market requires people from teachers, science communicators, technicians, engineers, as much as physicists, mathematicians, and computer scientists. So making that clear that there's a space for everyone into the quantum path is very important to encourage the younger generations to incur in that, and then providing a basic level of quantum literacy for everybody to have those conversations. But for that, we need to support the teachers.
Okay, thank you. I may be a bit, I will come from a different angle, not that I have different opinion from you, but I would like to be a bit cautious, because sometimes also if we talk like this, we sound like we are commercializing these kind of things, and we need to be a bit careful, because being in science and research for many years, I have seen quite often that when there is a new topic or a new technology, there is kind of a peak and then it fades, and we don't want this. We need to be careful about that. So quantum science, we study, it's a theory that we study in the university. Perhaps we need to promote the idea of teaching the theory more in the school level. That would be okay. But also we need to understand the difference between the quantum science, which I'm sure we all know, and the technology itself. So the theory itself, we study in the universities. We need to maybe push it for the schools a little bit at a little bit earlier stage. And then we come to the technology, which obviously will be at a later stage, for those who would like to continue a career in this field of quantum technology. And then there are the curricula, which usually it's difficult to change in many countries, which is normal. But then we are talking about the extracurricula for those who may be interested. So if I say literacy, I would like to say it's not only about quantum science, it's about the science in general. So we need to improve the science literacy, the scientific literacy, so the general public, they don't have to be knowledgeable specifically about quantum, but about science in general. If they are literate about science in general, they will appreciate when it comes to quantum. And I'm coming from this angle just to avoid this quite often happens in science, to have like a peak and then it fades. So if we talk about science in general, maybe we will protect this area of quantum technology. It's just my view. But I totally agree that we need to popularize the idea more by just sharing the knowledge and explaining. Not everyone in the end has to be a scientist or engineer or a quantum specialist, but just understanding what quantum is. But we need to focus on those who actually want to have a career in quantum and to build their knowledge, build their capabilities. Sharing infrastructure, which also is linked to your first question to Francis. So we have this big initiative at UNESCO, which is remote access to laboratory equipment or to infrastructure technologies. And we started giving access to quantum computer, and this will help in building capacity of scientists and engineers in the global south. So this is what we need to focus on, because I think, again, I repeat, I don't want to repeat myself, but just to be cautious about the point of starting linking the word quantum to everything. I think it's better to be clear about what we need to have from quantum technology, what we mean by quantum technology, and who can be trained to be a quantum specialist. Thank you.
So we have about 1 minute left, but I'll give Yasser the last word. What's your 1 minute point?
So very quickly, regarding high schools, at the Portuguese Quantum Institute, we created a network of high schools, a network of high school teachers. around the Portuguese language. And we now have more than 250 teachers in all Portuguese-speaking countries in the world. So Portugal, Brazil, here in Africa, Guinea-Bissau, Angola, Mozambique, São Tomé and Príncipe, and Cape Verde. And in Asia, we have East Timor. And we do events. Our last event a year ago, we had 2,000 students online wanting to learn about quantum. So I think this is the essential idea, is to bring together the educators and the scientists with expertise, and they collaborate on how to convey this message to high school children. And this can be done geographically, around the language. For other levels of education, I'm fully on board on quantizing kindergarten. So regarding the future and the World Quantum Day, so the World Quantum Day continues, is a completely inclusive initiative. It's a bottom-up initiative. Anyone can organize their event, goes to the website, submits their proposed event. We do a very quick quality check, crazy, not crazy. We just want to avoid, quantum therapies and the like. That's why we need a network of experts. That's the origin of this network of experts. But this network of experts is evolving into something more. It's actually a quite unique resource. And again, this is open not only to individuals, which we welcome and invite, but also to organizations, non-profit, for-profit, stakeholders, societies, museums, etc. It's really a collective effort that we want to embrace all. And they should have their voice and their presence. Finally, I want to give a very concrete example of a unique output that I think was only possible because of the International Year of Quantum. And I want to announce it today. I'm involved. It was not my idea to announce it, but I'm very happy to announce here the Quantum Software Alliance. And this is, I think, a very nice example of two things that were possible with the International Year of Quantum, is to bring experts from the whole world. These are the two very important criteria. People need to be experts, and we need a global perspective and voice, not just from one part of the world. And so this is an example, and it's being announced here for the first time, that this alliance was created of stakeholders who believe that we need more effort, more investment in quantum software. If you have the quantum computer tomorrow, we're still not sure exactly what to do with it, so we need to advance this agenda, and we are building a global research agenda for quantum software, listening to expert voices from all continents. So I wanted to share this information with you and invite you all to join this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. And join me in thanking everybody on the panel, please.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we do a big round of applause for our moderator and our panelists for the first session? Before we break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to bring here onto the stage a fine gentleman who lives the very essence of spoken art. Before that, however, I'd like to remind all of us that Michelle Doherty, who was one of our speakers, or was our keynote speaker, is reminding all of us that there is a screen at the back of the hall which has entries for the special IPAP IYQ photo contest, and the winning entries are there on the screen. Please do feel free to go and visit and inspire yourselves with it when you get the opportunity. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, a fine gentleman of Ghanaian skin and of Ghanaian origin who has lived every single bit of spoken art. He, because of his massive talent, has visited different places around the world and spoken to different minds, including presidents, kings, and queens. Today, he is bringing the big story of quantum science and what it represents within our society and what it represents within the bigger picture of global development here. And of course, he's doing all of this with a mixture of other forms of art. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this fine gentleman goes down of one of the finest spoken word artists you can find in this part of the world. It's my pleasure to introduce to you the multiple award-winning Nana Asase and the Peninsem Cultural Troupe. Please do a big round of applause.
I come from this place where miracles are a daily occurrence. And I ask you, how does one stand on the shoulders of night and day from that superposition? What does he see? How far does he see? Welcome to the crossroads of dreams. Welcome to the market of 9 moons where it all began, where in the beginning, whether it was an explosion or he said, let there be light, and there was water. And so when we have received our guest, we know to serve you water. We serve you water for 3, maybe 4 reasons. We serve you water to wash your hands of all the sins you might have committed. And we serve you water to wash your feet of the traveler's dust. We serve you water to wash your brow of the traveler's heat. And we serve you water to quench your thirst. For every traveler is indeed in search of water. Not water to quench his thirst as in water itself. But every traveler is in search of knowledge. Welcome to the center of the world. Welcome to this place where in the cool of the evening the very essence of life descends to enjoy the breeze. Welcome to this place where earth cooks her food and sends to the rest of the world. Note, it is highly probable that you're sitting on an equation, but mind you, your seat is meant for you. It is by no means adventure that you are seated where you are, cross-legged, chin in arm, wondering what is about to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the realm of quantum rhythm. Welcome to this place where the world could not dictate our steps, and so they chose to call it dance. Welcome to this place where the multitones of our tongues tell about the past, the present, the future, everything that is possible. So way before GPS was invented, just by the way we would call our names, a man would know where exactly you are from. Sounds ridiculous, right? Can we have a very simple experiment? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, world. Good afternoon. Welcome to Ghana. They say that 1 + 1 is 2. But growing up, I realized that 1 grain of sugar, a grain of salt in a teaspoon of water, it's nothing. Too many things in this life. This life is not certain. Make sure you do not lose your way, my dear. Nothing is even given. Nothing is as it seems, or nothing is as it appears. And so a soul emerges from eternity, enters and tickles the fancy of time, and when his long, short life is spent, we choose to try to measure his steps while he was here, as though this life is simply some random frequencies spiking like seismic waves in the booms of the earth. I'm the writer king who sips communion wine from the calabash. We have had statistics, we have had terminologies. Right now, you drop your phones, you drop everything you know, and come into this space where our steps, our beautiful rhythms, and we could come up with a different formula to calculate how long we could all live before we live here. We could try that too. In our place, we have learned that life is a journey. Life is a journey across earth and sea and sky, and this is the place where earth and sea and sky meet to share gossip. And so, when the equator crosses some other lines, ladies and gentlemen, you would want to calculate X or O wherever we are seated. Enough of all that. Let me speak the language that my soul understands. As we welcome you to the center, as we offer you water, do not check it. It might be solid, it might be liquid, but this might just be water that oozes from the heart. This is water that comes straight from our mind. For you see, the burdens of a great vision weigh the shoulders of the mind, and so our thoughts trickle down the mind, down the chin, down the elbow, and it becomes a matter of the tongue. That is why a child like me is called before his elders. I did not forget to greet. My elders, I greet you all. My elders, I greet you all. You will call my name, sir. My elders, I greet you all. Sandezoa. I could greet you all in 4 tongues at once, but I present you from the Volta region of Ghana. Achia. Welcome. I ask you, at this rate, can you calculate the quantum of love that we hold for you? We are proud to be the nucleus of an atom which is fast changing. Change is the only dynamic constant, and everybody else around us, our energy levels are high. Africa is beginning to reinvent herself and take her rightful place at the center of the world. Here, what benefits do we stand to hold from all these things that seem to be flying over our heads? You see, what you know is dangerous. What you do not know is even more dangerous. But how then do you tame what you do not know? You only start from the realm of the things that you know. We know simple things like the rate at which we want to run, the rate at which we want to change the world, the rate at which our children dream. Who can calculate that realm of dreams? My neighbor, I tell you, this life is actually that reality. We woke up from nothingness in eternity to sleep into reality. I take that again. This life is actually that reality. We woke up from nothingness in eternity to sleep into reality. And so hold your seat firmly in this space. As we treat you to rhythm and color and movement, it is simply because we will not die the death of dreams. And so we choose to share it with you, my people. They say when a child is called before his elders, he should call names, but not all of them, lest he misses one and be made to pay a fine. He should greet. It is for a simple reason. I am simply a child knocking on the gates of the world in search of all the knowledge that I could find, so that once with a press of a button it gets to every single corner of Ghana. Ago, ago, ago. When Ghana has heard, Africa has heard. When Africa has heard, the world has heard. When the world hears, they will point their fingers. I will point their fingers in the right places. They will point their fingers at the very beginning where it all began. Over a year, we have celebrated quantum science and technology. Over a year, we have challenged ourselves to break barriers. Over a year, we are here to count the gains. Over a year, my people, more relatably in this family setting, we are here to count our harvest. Your bumper harvest would be my peace of mind, at least for a year. There would be no scarecrows, only overfed neighbors on regular patrol. And so, your seat is still meant for you. You'd want to turn to your neighbor, bump a fist, bring it back, place it on your chest, and be sure that your heart is still in the right place. I continue to say, I am proud to say, I do not only come from the center of the world, I come from this nucleus with everybody else rotating around me. If we were on a different planet, Ghana would be one beautiful place to hold it. And so all of you are welcome once again in this place where the world is actually taking you on a ride backwards. Imagine your life if the sun did not show up tomorrow, or without you, this life would still go on. My people, I hide my fears in the hollows of the phantom frown. I hide my fears for tomorrow we might wake up and this place might be upside down. What can we trust? Science. What can we trust? I can trust you because you look like me. At least I know you, but I do not know what lies behind your eyes. And so our people choose that even in the realm of poetry and the wisdom of our ancestors, take note of the sun and the moon, of the night and the day, of the things that we do not have control over. Joy is one of those things we do not have control over. People, can you measure the quantum of joy? The quantum of leadership that is needed to turn all the statistics we have gathered and all the knowledge we have shared into practical reality. Let me take you up north. It is only an urgent matter that makes us desert all our issues and carry the xylophone from the savannah all the way to the seashore. And when we have gathered to compare smocks, my people, yours had not been more colorful than that of the master weaver. Takai is a dance from northern Ghana. Takai says, when you step forwards, you step backwards. When you look forward, you look backwards, because you are truly a leader, and leaders in this room must look back and bring everybody up to speed, knowing that where you stand is a gap that others filled before you, and many more will come after you. And so you bear the responsibility of gathering knowledge and sharing with the rest of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let us get into Takai. you pay to hear it twice. And so with hits and misses, leaders forge the way into spaces we have never been before, into places we never dreamt we would be. We are all on a journey deep into our souls, a journey deep into our intellect, a journey deep into the place where we came from that we might not even know, my people. But one thing we are sure of is our footing. When one is sure of his footing, then he dares life to bring on its worst. What is our footing? Our commonwealth, my people, is not stashed in votes. It is stashed in these beautiful wisdom pots that the Creator plays on our shoulders to bear the weights of a great vision, or the burdens of a great vision weigh the shoulders of the mind. We still go on this journey, and we trickle down like rain that has fallen on the forest tops, comes down from the savannah. And so this is an inverse relation that says, even when the tree's roots faces the skies, then the branches then could become roots. Everything is useful. Nothing goes waste. Everybody must be well positioned to take advantage of quantum science and its benefits that it holds for each and every one of us. I have a dream. I have a dream. When I was growing up as a child, growing up then was the dream. Now I am an adult and I realize that knowledge is the dream. Knowledge in itself is not the key. Knowledge is that door I want to walk through and get into spaces I never thought were possible. The poverty of language limits the things I would like to express. But I have a dream on behalf of many Africans, on behalf of many children of the world who have yet to enter the thoughts of time. And their dreams look like you and you and you have the keys into deep spaces, ladies and gentlemen. This conversation is urgent, so every bead of sweat that trickles down my face I wish could be accounted for. Unfortunately, we might only have it captured on these cameras and on these films. When we are done with all of these conversations, in your sober moments of reflection, go over these things and ask yourself, where does wisdom lie? Our ancestors say wisdom lies in the pillow. Even a good intention lies in the pillow. No, a good intention lies in the head. When you find a good pillow to lay your head upon it, then you are graced with beautiful thoughts with which to bless your generations. A good pillow sounds like policy. A good pillow sounds like that political will. A good pillow sounds like that passion to develop whichever area that you hold, so that knowledge is not the preserve of one man. Kweku Anansi has taught us well enough when he hung the wisdom pot right before him and tried to climb on top of the tallest tree and hide it for himself. He took that little child to tell him, Father, turn the pot, hang it behind you, and then you will get to the summit. Share. Share. When water stays too long in a bottle, it begins to give off bad odor. So, change remains the only dynamic constant. Around these parts, I was still walking with the embodiment of life. And we came upon a beautiful part of Ghana, and he gave me green slippers to wear. And he says, this is one of the things the Creator has blessed us with. All the green, not just for food, not just for fuel. All the green in its organic nature. All the green is like all the minds that have yet to be fertilized with science, with technology, with ample teaching and the right way. For indeed, it is not what you say that matters. It is how you say it that makes the impact and the difference. Such that when all my days are spent, my words will remain. My ancestors say my tongue will remain. So when all our long, short lives are spent, our gray matter might not be important, my people, but it is the knowledge that we share. How do we pass these on? Let us not pass them on only in equations. Let us not pass them on only in policies. Let them pass this wisdom on in the rumblings of the drums, on the six of the strings held by Kofi Wade-Danso. Let it be put out on the multitones of what Africa chooses to call our heartbeat. I have a dream. I have a dream from the back alleys of Afghanistan. I have a dream. I have a dream from the back alleys of Bubiashi. I have a dream which is bigger than the four walls of any classroom. I have a dream, and maybe all the world is one big class space that I could sit. My people, so give me schools under trees, and let us get into the beauty of nature. Give me schools in bullet-riddled buildings, and then we will deal with the harsh realities about the speeds of bullets. Power. Power then is in our hands to turn our destinies around. I did not come to clap my hands for you, my people. Do you have your right hand with you? You want to beat your chest? Beat your chest and it's a promise. Beat your chest and it's a drum. Pay attention and listen to it. When I beat my chest, I feel its reverb. I came to celebrate our humanness. I came to celebrate humanity. I came to celebrate the power of a dream. I came to celebrate the power of an atom bigger or smaller than a seed, which becomes the responsibility of every single man and woman in here to nurture till it grows. Ago. 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 I have been to the north. I have been to the south. Ladies and gentlemen, they say the best comes from the west. We say the best always from the west. West sounds like, let me not talk about the west. From the western region of Ghana, we present Kun Tum. Quantum science and technology, we say there is darkness still in our minds, but the dawn cannot be too far behind. And so just like the simple complexities of everyday life, the rhythms of our bells, the complexities that each dance brings, simply says, this journey is long and I am a lonely dreamer traveling to distant homes to nurse my germinating journeys and to seed my adventures as fruit for my daring. What do I have to show the world? We have but the young examples of ourselves to show the world. Baby steps we make. Baby steps we make. Baby steps we make. But truly, once we sat by the fireside, children and our shadows found their places on the walls. Then we could not actually differentiate a child from the elder. Then we could not differentiate the lame from the leper. Then we could not differentiate sleep from death and reality. My neighbor, this conversation is getting long. Unfortunately, we have longer still to go. This conversation has yet to start from the very beginning. I wish I could take it from the very first word, because I think I missed two. Before the very first word, I said to you, my neighbors, when I say ago, my people say amen. Ago, ago, ago. We send our voices on errands into places our feet cannot reach. And so let us send our knowledge into spaces our feet might not reach, to help people our eyes might never see. Not thinking of what returns to us, you see. Nobody knows who used that cake of soap at the exit to the public place before you. Just rub what is enough. That is how knowledge is. And let the last man carry our blessings. They are sure to come around somehow. I leave you with a very good matter. It is important that after you have eaten in a house where you have been given hospitality, you do not only pack your plates, you might want to wash them, and you might want to leave your host a gift not necessarily being doled out, but a gift by celebrating indeed that his house was worthy of a dance, his house was worthy of a meal, his house was worthy of a story that is still unfolding. Welcome to the Greater Accra region. Welcome to the capital of Ghana. Welcome to this place where the Atlantic kisses earth. Welcome to this place where a lot of our history is buried and shrouded in too many things we would not like to talk about. Welcome to this place where the breeze hits your lungs without any apologies. Welcome to this place where we have commie connections. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I will entreat you to loosen up your limbs, drop your calculators, but pay attention as we light this floor with Pan Logo. Please join us. Let us do this dance. If you miss this opportunity, it could be one in a lifetime. You have your right hand with you. You put it up. And you get on your feet with me, my people. Get ready for Pan Logo. Can we dance? Can we dance? We've been seated for too long. Shall we be on our feet? Shall we be on our feet? Thank you. Great. Aha. All right. Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm going to show you how to clap like that. 1, 2. They are smart people. They got it. 1, 2. Let's go. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1. 1, 2. Like that. And you add a bounce. Everything you see us do, you follow. To join this dance. That's right. Isn't this beautiful? Isn't this beautiful? Isn't this beautiful? My heart is beating. Not because I'm tired from the dance. My heart is happy to see the world jump to our rhythms. My heart is happy to see the world beat to quantum rhythms. My heart is happy to hear that our ears are tickled by quantum poetics. And I believe I have delivered this message well. In little pockets, everybody receives their own measure. And so finally, once we have gathered, we have had water to quench our thirst of knowledge, water to wash our hands of the sins we might have committed, water to wash our feet of the traveler's dust, and water to wash our brow of the traveler's heat. We will go back home. We will go back home with stories. We will go back home with stories of this place where humanness is celebrated, this place where color did not matter, this place where the walls of gender were broken down, this place where race and creed were of no importance, and this place where age was of no consequence, and all that we sought was to look into the clear nothingness of water, which had a drop of sugar, a drop of salt. Before it could be tasted, there was no way to measure it, my people. This story is going down to its end. As we leave you, it is not easy to say goodbye. Goodbyes are difficult things to say. But I have learned that our frames are too frail and too small to hold the entirety of our souls. So as we face our back on the crossroads, each of us holds a bit of the other in trust, so that when we meet next, we shall take our hands, each in the other, shake it well, place it on our chest, and beat the drums of our chest, still feel our humanness, and be sure that our hearts are in the right places, my people. Our hearts belong to the world and to seeing it work. I still have a dream, one more dream. I still have one more dream rising from the back of the jazz alleys. I still have one more dream rising above all the unrest of the world. Through the Sahara, through the savannah, I have one more dream of young people crossing over the Atlantic, hoping that one day they will find green, when green is right here at my feet, when gold is right here, what I wear, and where this is the purity of the hearts that we carry. May this purity be the board of the world on which we experiment all the amazing things we would like to discover with quantum science and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, quantum rhythm, quantum poetics, quantum physics, quantum whatever you choose to call it. When we are done, we can calculate the quantum of lunch we are just about to consume. And then you see, we could put quantum to anything, my people, randomly, and then let just knowledge be all it is. Let us be children once more, learning as much as we can. Let us look at the world from those little lenses of those dreamers who hope that one day they will learn that the baobab can be stuck in your pocket. As I leave, it's a simple message that says, the chest is as good as a drum as any animal skin. Artificial intelligence is here for our benefit, my people, but it is beautiful to see you smile, something AI cannot guarantee. It is beautiful to hear the warmth of your voice that gives me goose pimples, something that tech cannot give us. Let tech be tech and let men be men. Let us be us, and let us not lose sight of the fact that the world still goes round. Our shadows find their places on the walls. And when we sit by the fireside, we cannot tell one from the other. And so I leave you with a final adventure. The Phantom From. The Phantom From. One of our biggest drums in these parts. They come in different diameters, used for different things, beating on different days, calls different souls out, but we beat it when we have royals like you visit us. Lend your ears, open your hearts, open your dreamers' space, and enjoy these rhythms that make the very earth shake. When we beat the phantom from, the elephant finds its way back from the sea. When we beat the phantom from, the hunter abandons the hunt and joins in this dance of mortals. When we have beaten the phantom from, even when we have not beaten the gong, everybody wants to place his feet in this dance of life, for truly it is beautiful. Phantom from, phantom from, one phantom from, phantom from, phantom from, hinani phantom from. Who is the biggest? Who is the greatest? Who is the best of us all? I beat my chest and say, it is you who is the greatest. I beat my chest and say, you are the biggest. I beat my chest and say, you are the very best that we will ever have. Ladies and gentlemen, a writer king who sips communion wine from the calabash came to celebrate you and you and you, elevated pieces of earth who keep the world going round. Phantom from. we have come to this crossroads of dreams. We have had conversations, but alas, we must go back home. When we go back home, let us tell them. When we go back home, let us tell them we brought the sea into the open. When we go back home, let us tell them we brought the savannah to the seashore. When we go, let us tell them we call the elephant who has lost his way back into the market square without a stampede. And let us tell them that we have learned to conquer our greatest fears. When we go back to the north, let us go with the grace that the showers of the sea can give and the cool that the rivers have to offer. When we get back home, the stories of this journey last and stay with us forever. When we go back home to the south, what wonders, what mysteries do we have to share? In this place, when nothing else mattered but each person's eye was a mirror of determination, a mirror of beauty that we could not stop casting glances at each other. When we go back home to the east, my people, to the gates of the sun, let us tell them to hold their places well, for truly the sun sets in the west, but it rises in the east. When it is going off, it goes off through the center. And so the sun will fall in our backyards when we get back home to the west. When the sun is done with its busy day, we will have too many stories to tell, my people. The quantum of love we have shared, the quantum of knowledge we could not ever calculate, the quantum of our lives spent that we will never have back. This moment which we cherish, this moment which we will retell over and over again. My people, I love a good story. Yet, I stand at the center when everybody is gone to be witness that truly we pass this way, this once. Find how this story ends. Good afternoon, world.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, after the comprehensive nature of that performance, I'm not in doubt that if you go anywhere in the world and you are asked a question about Ghana, you'd be found wanting. You sure would have a thing or two to say about our culture, about our dance forms, and about some of the things that define us as a people. That is the essence of visiting a beautiful place like Ghana. Shall we appreciate Nana Sase with another round of applause? For a venture such as this, in marking the finish of the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology for 2025, we have many collaborators and sponsors. One of them is Quick. They will be addressing us through David Mukwende, after which we will retire for lunch. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we welcome David Mukwende with a big round of applause.
Hi, hello. So I truly don't know how to get your attention. I'm completely overwhelmed. I don't have cool movements. I don't have drums, but I will try my best. At least you are not asleep. if you are truly overwhelmed like me, I will also be hosting a table during the lunch break. So feel free to come with me and talk a little bit if you are completely done. If not, tomorrow I will be also in a panel around 10:40. The panel is Quantum Science for Global Development. So now, I'm David Morcuende. I'm the network manager at Quick. And what is Quick? So Quick is the European Quantum Industry Consortium. So we are a non-profit, member-based industry organization. We are dedicated to the growth of the quantum technology sector and to making Europe a global market leader. Our members are large enterprise, SMEs, startups, investors, other associations, and we all work together to inform policies, to help shape the foundation of the industry and boost Europe's competitiveness. For us at Quick, the International Year of Quantum was not just a celebration of scientific milestones. It was a moment to reflect on where the global quantum ecosystem truly stands and how ready we are to translate all the progress that we have been seeing in science into real societal and economical impact. Through the International Year of Quantum, Quick actively contributed to the broader momentum by helping strengthen dialogue between industry, researchers, and policymakers. Across all of those events, workshops, and policy discussions, one message came through very clearly. Quantum technologies are no longer only about scientific possibility. They are about coordination, readiness, and trust. One of the clearest lessons from this year is that many of today's changes are not purely technical. They are about how different parts of the ecosystem work together: skills, supply chains, interoperability, long-term alignment. All of this matters just as much as performance metrics. This is where the industry plays a crucial role. I'm going to take it. While the International Year of Quantum was not really a standards initiative, it helps to reinforce something we already knew, that without shared framework and common reference points, quantum technologies will never scale. At Quick, we have been actively working on standards and related coordination efforts, engaging with European and international bodies to ensure that this practical industry experience fits into these frameworks and shape the next ones. This year did not create this work, but it increased the visibility and urgency of getting it right. In parallel, industry contributions during this year have gone beyond technology development. Companies have helped clarify their timelines, deployment constraints, and where the expectations need to be aligned. That kind of structured feedback is essential if quantum is to move from pilot to trusted deployment solutions. As we close this year, it's important to be clear. This is not the end point. The value of this year lies in the shared understanding it created and the connections it strengthens across all the regions and communities. The responsibility now is to carry that momentum forward, turning all this awareness into durable collaborations. Looking ahead, Quick focus on firmly continuity, making impact, sustainable collaboration, supporting industry engagement, contributing to a structured input to policy making, and helping and ensure that quantum technologies are developed, deployed in a reliable, interoperable, and beneficial for society. If the International Year of Quantum taught us anything, is that success will not be measured by individuals, but by our collective ability to build an ecosystem that truly works. With these works, I want to thank you to the organizers, to the partners, and the global quantum community for this incredible and inspiring year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate him with another round of applause. And so, dear delegates, lunch is served, and we will be directed by our ushers who are donned in black apparels. It's to our left. There's a garden, a beautiful garden here at the Labadi Beach Hotel. A lot of beautiful variety. Please do enjoy lunch, and we will converge here at 3 p.m. to wrap everything up for today. Thank you all very much, and please do enjoy lunch.
Africa, Jesus, Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. She was born on my birthday, but 33 years ago. Please welcome my cousin, Caleb the Bridge. Come on, wait me there. Sound like this. Come on. Can I do my thing? Pardon me, my bad. Can I do his thing? His will, his sway. Y'all, Christ is king. My freedom is like my phone, so I'm letting it ring. Deep in South Africa, near Zimbabwe. Close to Botswana, it's around the way. From Lesotho, Namibia, and Tanzania. Off the way, Angola, Malawi, and Zambia. The plan is to serve Christ wherever we go. If I'm in Madagascar, but the sands of the Comoros, or across the Indian. Where they find seashells, just let me reiterate, man. I miss Seychelles and tequila buffoonery. I reaffirm that Djibouti is someone's home, not a perverse term. So just hit me and I'll go out to both Congos. I'll be sure to hit the bones and stay sit real close. Kenya and Uganda, do me a favor, stand up. Put James in the air for Jesus and let's man up. And flow like the rivers that flow through Morocco. The path that he laid is still clear to follow. We set new standards and we raise the bar. Sierra Leone, 3 times Guinea-Bissau. Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Mali and Nigeria. Egypt and Liberia, Niger and Algeria. Sudan, Ethiopia, we all need peace. Cameroon, Sao Tome and Principe. Rwanda, Somalia, Chad, to Mauritania. The citizens of part of the hills of the Burundi. Swaziland, Senegal, Ivory Coast. Burkina Faso, Gambia, Togo. Let's pray the inhabitants of Darfur, Sudan perceive that calamity start to solve to amity. I am not negating what goes over here, but that's more than just us. Let me make that clear. An example is when Christ climbed up on that cross, and before he entered the world, he'd afraid our cause. Either we can accept him or we can reject him, but just know that you still out makes your future dim. Eritrea, Cape Verde, Libya, back many. Benin at your knees, you we need you, Jesus. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. George Distance. like you mean it, y'all. Come on. Africa. Africa, Jesus, Africa. That's what I'm talking about. Jesus. Jesus, Africa, Jesus. Come on. All together. Africa, Jesus, Africa. Jesus, Africa, Jesus. We need you, Jesus. Y'all keep going. Ladies, say this with me. Africa, Jesus, ladies, Africa. We need you, Jesus. Ladies, come on. Jesus, Africa, louder, Jesus. Fellas. Africa, Jesus, Africa. Fellas. Africa. There you go. Jesus, Africa, Jesus. Y'all sound so good. Ladies, come on. Africa, Jesus, Africa. We need you, Jesus.
virtual DJ.
2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch, and I trust you all enjoyed lunch. Respectfully, I would like to ask that we all resume our seats for the second part of this conference. Once again, respectfully, I ask that we all resume our seats for the second part of the conference. Thank you. As has been an established protocol here this mid-morning and afternoon, we've had various messages coming from our various sponsors. I'd like to now introduce to us Tom Grenier, who is delivering a message on behalf of the Institute of Physics, the United Kingdom. Shall we welcome him here with a big round of applause?
How's that? Oh, that's as far as it'll go. Okay. Hello, I'm Tom Grenier, Chief Executive of the Institute of Physics for the UK and, really importantly, Ireland as well. And it's an absolute privilege to be here as we celebrate a remarkable year for our global community. And I'd like to begin with a simple truth. Physics changes lives. It shapes economies, it drives innovation, and it opens possibilities that transform society. And that's been in part how we've embraced the International Year of Quantum in the UK and Ireland. In the United Kingdom alone, physics-based industries contribute £300 billion a year to our economy in 2023, and that's around 11% of our gross domestic product, and support 2.7 million jobs. These are not just numbers, they represent people, livelihoods, and the future. And among all the areas of physics, quantum science stands out as one of the most exciting frontiers. It's recognised in the UK government's industrial strategy as a flagship for technological ambition, an area where the discoveries of today can redefine the world of tomorrow. As we've heard, back in 2022, whilst the embryonic thoughts around an international year were beginning, the IOP at the same time was launching a vision for quantum technologies in the UK. Our goal was clear: to help shape an environment where quantum science could thrive. The report mapped out how to grow the sector, the skills that we would need, and the partnerships that we must build. But at its heart was something deeper. At its heart was something that's here today, a call for inspiration. And that's why the International Year of Quantum has been so important to us. It's shown the world that quantum science is not just a field for specialists, it's a global endeavour that invites curiosity, imagination, and collaboration. The IOP has been proud to champion the quantum community across the UK and Ireland, and ours is a community, like so many in the room, full of energy, researchers pioneering breakthroughs that could transform medicine, security, climate change, and computing, and businesses turning bold ideas into real technologies. This year, they helped build quantum to new audiences with passion, creativity, and we are deeply grateful. As early supporters and sponsors of the International Year, we were honoured to coordinate activity across the UK and Ireland. And what a year it has been. And as we've already heard in part this morning from our President, Michelle, across 2024, our community set about trying to organise one event a week. That was academic talks, industry conferences, festivals, hackathons, art exhibitions that made quantum accessible and exciting. The IOP created Mimi's Tiny Adventure, a children's book that reached over 140,000 people, because we believe the next generation must not only understand quantum technologies, but feel inspired by them. We also held a week-long exhibition in the UK Parliament, sparking conversations amongst policymakers that led to members of Parliament discussing setting up a new all-party parliamentary group on quantum. We set a goal of making quantum a political priority, and I think this setting up of a parliamentary group is a powerful signal. Quantum is not only a scientific priority, we believe it is now a national priority. Across social media and through our world-leading physics magazine, Physics World, we covered hundreds of thousands of different engagements across the international year with lots and lots of individuals. And the celebrations ended for us in the UK in November with our Quantum Week, with major events at the historic Royal Institution. 200 years ago, Faraday, 200 years later, the Institute of Physics celebrating quantum, with over 100 schools taking part and culminating in a public lecture by well-known TV physicist Jim Al-Khalili that's now been watched, getting on for 500,000 times on YouTube. The international dimension of our work was equally important. The IOP was proud to represent the UK and Ireland a year ago at the starting event, and before that and throughout the year at UNESCO's International Steering Group. Innovate UK's Quantum Technology Showcase welcomed more than 2,500 delegates, including partners from across the globe. And we were honoured to host one of the International Year's global events within the National Physical Laboratory. By every measure, scientific, cultural and global, the International Year of Quantum has been an extraordinary success. But more importantly, we've heard time and again from this stage this morning, it's shown us what is possible when nations work together and when science is shared openly with the world. Quantum science is no longer confined to laboratories. It's increasingly becoming part of our culture, our education, and our collective imaginations. And as we close this year, we should not see it as an ending, but as the next beginning. A beginning of deeper collaboration, a beginning of greater ambition, and the beginning of a more inclusive, more global quantum community. I want to offer my heartfelt thanks to the International Steering Committee for their exceptional leadership, to the American Physical Society for their support throughout the year and for organising this closing ceremony, and finally, to our amazing host, Ghana. Thank you for your leadership and the warmth and the generosity we have received since arriving here in Accra. Together, we have made the quantum world more open, more visible, and more inspiring, and together we will shape a quantum future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tom Grenier, for the message. The second moderator dialogue will be on the topic Africa and the future of quantum science and technology, leadership, innovation, and the road ahead. The moderator for this part of the conversation is one who brings a wealth of experience to the table. He's the head of research of Abdul Salam International Center for Theoretical Physics, ICTP, and also coordinates the ICTP's research division and supports international scientific collaboration and capacity building. His research focuses on computational modeling of materials at extreme pressure and temperature, and he is a co-founder of the Quantum Espresso Materials Modeling Project. He is also the Deputy Secretary General of the International Union of Pure and Applied Sciences, IUPAP. He is also a Fellow of the American Physical Society. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Sandro Sandrolo.
And the panelists are Nina Kukweno, Ahmed Yunus, Yasira Ismail, Estelle Inak, and Thomas Conrad. A bit of profile. Nina Kukweno is a pioneering scientist, often referred to as the father of the internet in Africa. He played a pivotal role in the introduction of the internet throughout Africa and was the first African to be elected to the board of ICANN. An emeritus professor of computer science at the University of Cape Coast, Ghana, he has been a key figure in establishing technical infrastructure and policy across the continent. He is a recipient of the Jonathan B. Postel Science Award and an inductee into the Internet Hall of Fame. A second is Ahmed Younes. Ahmed Younes is a professor of computer science and dean of the Faculty of Science at Alamein International University, Egypt. He's a leading expert in quantum computing and cryptography in the Middle East and North Africa region. Our third panelist is Yasira Ismail. Yasira Ismail is an associate professor of physics at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa, and a leading researcher in quantum communication. Her work focuses on the development of quantum key distributions, QKD, system for secure communication. She's a member of the South Africa Young Academy of Science and plays a critical role in the BRICS quantum collaboration. Our fourth is Estelle Inak. Estelle is a research scientist at the Perimeter Institute for Theoretical Physics and the co-founder of Yianic, a quantum-inspired startup. Her work sits at the intersection of quantum many-body physics and artificial intelligence, focusing on developing optimization algorithms. And I think these are the four. And last but not the least is Thomas Conrad. Thomas is a professor of physics at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and a leader in the Center for Quantum Technology. His research focuses on quantum measurement, quantum control, and the dynamics of open quantum systems. Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, yes. Now it's working.
Well, hello.
I think they're all working now. Hello. Great. So thank you all for coming back on time to this session. The session is now going to focus more on the contribution of Africa and the challenges and the opportunities of this continent in this global race for quantum science and technologies. We're going to discuss leadership, innovation, and the road ahead. We have here the leaders, in fact, some of the leaders of quantum science and technologies in Africa, innovators and visionaries, I would say. They're going to share our vision, their vision with all of us. So focusing on Africa means that we're going to discuss opportunities and challenges. I think there was this morning an interesting observation that the risk is that there is a new colonialism. I think this is not a risk, this is actually an opportunity instead for Africa to show its potential. But I'd like to hear, of course, from all of you what you think about it. So let me actually start with Thomas Conrad. You're a top scientist in the field of quantum based in South Africa. You lead a large quantum research center. Can you give us an overview to start with about what is the current status of research in quantum in Africa, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, I would say? What are the most active and promising fields of research? And whether also there are opportunities for networking at the level of sub-Saharan Africa. Thomas.
Thank you very much. Yes, so I want to say that in Africa, mostly from my point of view, we are strong in theory. We don't have so many experimental groups, there are few. And the reason for that is that equipment, of course, costs money, right? And the more important it is that we somehow get money from somewhere, and I want to suggest that we earn our own money, okay, so that we are independent. you can ask me more what I mean by that later, so that we can get equipment and experimental know-how, because I think that stands at the beginning of this new technological revolution that we heard has the chance to develop new industries and maybe develop countries and close not only the quantum divide, but the divide between rich and poor countries, right? So this, we see this as a big chance. And you asked me for the specific topics that are strong. So we have in South Africa, where I'm from, we have a national initiative, the South African Quantum Technology Initiative. And we basically do the 3 pillars of quantum technology research, which is quantum imaging and sensing, quantum computing, and quantum communication. And then there is a second thread, namely the network in Africa and the networking in Africa. And there I want to say that encouraged by the year of quantum science and technology, we asked for monies, and we got monies. We got also moral support, very important, by the UNESCO. I want to mention Mrs. Lydia Brito, who encouraged explicitly that we would form an African network of researchers, and we got funds from Germany, from the Heraeus Stiftung. It's a special network, Stiftung, foundation, and they gave us money for a conference, and we put together a conference with 40 academics in the field in Africa. And as a result of that, we are in the process of forming a network which is called Africa, but with a Q, for African Quantum Alliance. And this network has a primary objective. It wants to build a quantum computer in Africa. This is, of course, quite a bold goal. And you might doubt that we can do it immediately, and that is, of course, also clear. But it's a long-term project, and it will lead to more know-how, and it will lead to, hopefully, the situation that we are developers and not only consumers of quantum technology. So I can tell you more about, just in a few words. So we have as participating partners from Egypt, Professor Yunus, who is also in the round, and he is an expert in quantum computing. He also deals with machine learning and with circuit optimization. And then in Egypt, there is Professor Higazi, who is interested in building a photonic quantum computer, and he has a lab with this. In Tunisia, we have cold atoms research. In Morocco, there is quantum sensing. In Cameroon, there is Professor Fay, who is a theoretician, eminent theoretician. He has written 8 books, very big books on mathematical analysis and special functions and so forth. Very impressive, I find that. And he he wants to build a topological quantum computer. Actually, this is wrong to say. This is a very far goal. He's at the moment just looking at the theory of topological quantum computation, right? So, last not least, we have, of course, Ghana. And Ghana wants to build a quantum ecosystem based on education and also based on quantum sensing and quantum computing. I hope that we can hear about the local goals later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Thomas. Good. Seems to be. Let me go to Estelle now. Estelle, the private sector is playing an important role in this global race for quantum science and technologies. I mean, these big companies are investing not only, by the way, in the product development, but also investing in fundamental research. I mean, like Google, like IBM, Microsoft. You're a very inspiring example because you were a scientist, you're still a scientist to some extent, but you jumped across the fence and you went to the private sector. You pioneered, a startup in Canada. What is the name? Yannick, right?
Yannick, you?
Yeah, great. So what do you think are the opportunities for Africa? Is the African ecosystem in terms of financial investments, political, regulatory policy, is it ready for a quantum race from the private sector? What is your view on this?
Well, thanks for the question, May. Before responding to that, I would also want to, first of all, honor Professor Francis Alote. At Perimeter, I was the first named postdoc, the Francis Alote postdoctoral fellow at Perimeter Institute. So this is to speak of his influence beyond Ghana, Africa, and the world. Now, to answer your question, so Africa definitively is very diverse. Realities change when you go from countries to countries. So you mentioned, I'm originally from Cameroon, you mentioned Professor Fai. Yeah, we have a very strong presence of knowledge in quantum science, but as far as the startup ecosystem, it's not there, absolutely not. But then when we look at our neighbor to the west, Nigeria has this very strong startup ecosystem. They can attract billions of dollars of investment, but they don't have a strong quantum presence. So we do not see Nigeria as far as quantum industry is concerned, right? And so it has to be looked at from countries to countries and regions to regions. But then I could give a recipe of how we should build African ecosystems, be it on a country level or regional level and potentially at a continental level. So what should the ecosystem have? First of all, if you want to build a quantum computing company or quantum tech company, it could be sciencing, it could be communication, cryptography, you need to have somebody who has very strong background in quantum, right? Because quantum computing is deep tech. You really need to know your stuff to be able to build something from scratch. So this is the first thing. The second thing is that you need to have access to talent. Because if it is something that you can build yourself, you don't need a company for that. And there needs to be a pipeline of talent that you can tap into to build. The third thing is that to build a company, you need to go from the lab to the market. And so you need to have access to funding. Depending on the types of company you want to build, if it's quantum hardware, you need a lot of funding. If it is quantum software, maybe not so much funding, but you need money, right? Otherwise, you find yourself in the so-called chicken and egg problem or the so-called valley of death, where you need to build a product, but to build a product, you need to have highly qualified personnel, but to have highly qualified personnel, you need to be able to pay them. To pay them, you need to raise funds. So how do you get out of that, right? So, but if you succeed to get out of that quantum valley, then you have a hammer. You need to look for a nail. And this is where you really need to find a market product fit. Otherwise, you are going to build something that nobody needs, or you are going to build something that the market does not need or is not ready for yet. So you need to make sure that what you are building, there is actually an offering for that. So this is kind of the typical advance you will get for any kind of ecosystem around the world. Now, specifically about the African ecosystem. So what I told you, I kind of assumed that there were some parameters in place. We have access to, for sure, electricity. We have access to internet with a high band. If you want to build quantum software, you need to have access to quantum hardware, either through the cloud, or if you have money, you can buy a quantum device, right? If you are building a quantum computing company, you need to have access to lab facilities, right? You need to be able to ship the different components of the quantum device, the cryogenics, the quantum control, and all the stack. So this is something that you have to think about, right, as we are trying to build here in Africa. So the other thing is that the administrative hurdles need to be lowered as much as possible.
Can I create a startup by just going online and then I have everything clearly written and I can create my startup, or it is something that is too complicated? What is the legal aspect in the country you are building? Can I go to the court and defend my IP or not? Is the fiscality ready to be, fiscal friendly for very early stage startups? So these are some of the things that we need to think as we build ecosystems. And we need to be able to have access to incubators or accelerators that can help de-risk your tech while you are trying, to take your product from the lab to the market. Another thing that we have to think, I talk about talent, how easy it is to bring talent from different parts of Africa to the country where you are trying to build, or is it going to be remote building? So these are some of the things that we have to think. Being able to showcase your quantum tech at different quantum industry events. I think about Q2B, Quantum for Business, Q Connect in Calgary. Being able to have access to other markets, not necessarily in Africa. So, for example, we had the minister this morning. We can leverage, for example, consulates, embassies to tap into the trade commissioners to start, investigating the different markets where you are trying to penetrate. So more generally, we need to have an ecosystem that is also human being / family friendly, because in deep tech, we are developing a very niche talent. So if we do not have an ecosystem where maybe the kids or your kids can have access to top education, or you can have access to healthcare, there's infrastructure, what is going to happen is that your competitors will poach your talent. They're not going to stay in Africa. So these are some of the things that we have to think. There's also IP. How can we build and protect the IP here in Africa? Some of these things that people are already thinking about it. I think about the African Quantum Consortium that has put out a white paper, really also explaining the state of quantum in Africa. These are some of the things that can guide us. And so from a final perspective, so I was talking about if you want to build a quantum computing company from Africa, but what about making the ecosystem attractive for quantum computing companies outside of Africa? So we need to lower the barrier of entry. Say I want to come to Ghana. So what is the business ecosystem? What is the legal ecosystem? What is the fiscal ecosystem? What is the IP ecosystem, right? And who are my potential customers? They are banks. Who will do the warm intro to those banks? So we need to have an ecosystem that can, a quantum computing company will go to that ecosystem and have all the answers. And in building an African ecosystem this way, that will help, develop not only thriving startups within Africa, but also attracting thriving startups in Africa.
Thank you very much, Estelle. We'll come back to education later on if time allows us. Let me now ask you, Ahmed. You're one of the leaders of science research in quantum in the African continent, but you're also one of the co-authors of this document, which was published recently, which is the African Strategy for Fundamental and Applied Physics, which contains a quite substantial chapter on the future of quantum science and technologies in Africa. So can you tell us a little bit more about what is the road ahead for quantum in Africa, from how it emerges from that document?
Yeah, actually, we decided to write this document about the strategy for Africa because we couldn't find enough strategies in the African countries. So it was just an effort from the authors to help to find the problems in the continent and how to draw the roadmap for the leaders. Actually, just to understand the context of the answer, we have to remember that Africa contains 54 countries with 1.5 billion population, speaking about 2,000 languages and dialects. So Africa actually is the most diverse continent. So this is a challenge for anyone. The second challenge, I will start with the one mentioned by Thomas, that the facilities. Actually, we have insufficient quantum facilities in Africa because they are expensive and we don't have enough funding from the private or the public sector. Actually, even if we have this fund, which needs some kind policy and strategy, we may face export control. Some countries will not be able to get this equipment from the providers. So we need policy here to solve this problem, and we need funding, of course. Even if we have funding, we will not find enough critical mass people to work for this. As mentioned before that, we don't have experimentalists in Africa. And even if we have experimentalists, they are mostly the diaspora. They are not in the continent. And if we train them, they will fly away, go outside the continent. So it is just like a chain of challenges. But the good points, this is the challenges. The good points that these problems are known now, and this is one of the years that the IYQ year was fruitful, and one of these advantages that the governments in many African countries are aware now about these problems, and they are discussing how to solve these problems, and I believe this will be fruitful very soon. But let's talk more about the possibilities, what we can have for this. Actually, one of the challenges is that out of the 54 countries in Africa, only 30% of these countries have research. They are active in quantum research. Many of these countries will contribute to networks, such as that Thomas mentioned. But the good thing is that these 30% of the countries, they are diverse in what they are working in. So one country is very good in quantum optics, one country in quantum machine learning, another in quantum algorithms, and so on. So we need networks. We need to have some grouping to unify efforts to solve this problem. So this is just a quick roadmap about what's mentioned in the document.
Thank you very much, Ahmed, for this overview. Yassira, you're one of the rising stars of quantum in Africa. Actually, I think I remember first time I saw your name in a paper was last year's paper, Nature paper, in collaboration with a Chinese group. You established the first quantum communication between China and South Africa, 13,000 kilometers apart with quantum key distribution. So the question for you is, you have this successful network of international collaborations. You also mentioned collaborations not only in China, but also India, Brazil, and other countries. How important are international collaborations, especially in quantum science and technology, and especially for Africa?
Thank you so much. Yeah, it is actually very critical that we establish international collaborations on the African continent, because if we look at developing a quantum ecosystem, or just looking at developing quantum infrastructure, to develop, deploy, and maintain quantum infrastructure is extremely expensive. If we had to approach this without collaboration, this could take several decades, right? But if we go into this process with international collaboration, we could limit that time, we could reduce that time frame, and we could catalyze growth, which is what we do need to do on the African continent, right? We've been hearing from all my fellow colleagues on this panel of all the different pockets of quantum research, both experimental and theoretical, taking place on the African continent. And what we have over the years realized that quantum infrastructure is expensive, but we're also limited in resources, right? We're limited in funding in the African continent. So the only way to actually circumvent this is through international collaborations, because through international collaborations, we can access international funding instruments, and this will allow us to mutually grow our infrastructure, but also have access to shared infrastructure. And this is what our collaborations with USTC also taught us, because to implement the first quantum satellite link, as you mentioned, on the African continent, and the first for the Southern Hemisphere, is quite a challenging process, but it was because we had access to large amounts of funding, instruments both here and in USTC, we were able to achieve such a task. And it just shows the capability of advancing science if research is done across boundaries and not limited to national strategies only. With saying that, national strategies are imperative, and part of national strategies should be international collaborations. It is a vital part of every national strategy. And I know in Africa, South Africa has, I think, the most intensive national strategy to date. We are now currently in our second cycle of funding from the Department of Science and Technology and Innovation. But there's a very strong focus on internationalization, even in our South African Quantum Technology Initiative strategy. And that's what each country in the African continent needs. They need to start off with a national strategy with a strong focus on international collaborations. Apart from that, international collaborations also allows us to grow that talent pool. And over the last year, ever since our quantum satellite link went live, we were able to attract the interest of quite a lot of graduate students. And this is what we need. We need to pool our resources so we can implement impactful research that will attract the attention of the future pipeline. Because we can't work in isolation forever. If we're going to work in isolation, it's just going to be a very slow process. And through international collaborations, we can see impact. And impact is the most important to basically catalyze quantum infrastructure on the African continent.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Yassira. Nii, you're a pioneer of the deployment of internet in this continent. I think internet wouldn't be here without the work you did in the 80s and 90s, and I remember you work in Ghana, in Nigeria, and other places. Now, internet is like quantum, is a disruptive technology, something that can change completely societies. So, based on your experience with the internet, what do you think Africa needs to do to ensure that quantum technologies have a positive impact on the continent, but also what Africa needs to do in order to prevent potential risks that, as we see, internet, for example, is causing? What are your thoughts on this?
Thank you very much. Perhaps I'm an example of more of what Africa needs to do. I was recruited by Professor F.K. Alote in 1972 when he was starting a computer science department. He talent searched for me and he sent me to graduate school to return to Ghana. And when I came in 79, he sent me to a different university, which was University of Cape Coast. And I've been there since. Now, to answer your question properly, let's say what Quantum Africa must do is at least not to repeat the mistakes of the internet. And here are some examples. We should not protect and defend the old existing technologies against the new. In our case, was the internet. You recall there was a major duel between the new technology being a packet switch as against the circuit switch, and the telcos with the governments against the new. We should not do that with this thing. The second thing is we met a rigid policy environment where it was literally against innovation. They were used to a certain way of doing things and could not accept the rapid innovations that the internet was bringing. And I say, let's not repeat that with quantum. The other one is the refusal to own technology is something that we should guard against because we appear to be in user posture by default. But we need to be also on the supply side in any way we can to make sense of being a user. The internet model did not also stimulate the creation of solid public-private partnerships, at least not towards research, innovation, and creation of solutions for African problems and needs. We rather saw the private sector consolidate, the global private sector consolidate very rapidly, in that we all had to go to the same places that you know, which I will not mention here. We didn't have a choice to come to Centro Physica, for example. We need to initiate and support a national and continental quantum technology ecosystems development, making use of universities, research organizations, private sector investors, interested startups, and also civil society. The quantum industry is science-driven and requires highly educated actors and workforce in technical and research roles. So we have to build all those roles for these actors to occupy so that they can be part of that needed ecosystem. And you have to have enough critical mass to sustain the execution that you have in mind. Because it can bring the people and it can just dissipate very quickly also. We need to motivate, therefore, the existing capable human resources to embrace and work on quantum technologies, invest in building required capacity and community, and then also enter strategic partnerships to fill the gaps that we may have. Be selective and be limited. With your limited resources, you need to first build general in-depth knowledge on quantum technologies, and then specific, as my colleagues mentioned, specialized expertise in the most priority areas for us. Among most cited, because of my interest, is the computing, communication, sensing, metrology. Those are things which I think are near us. You asked two direct questions. Mitigate potential negative impacts. Well, we need to elaborate and launch a post-quantum cryptography plan, or quantum plan in general. Things are not well organized, maybe move slowly, but sooner or later, quantum will come, and just from the nature of the algorithms, your finding primes may become easier, and therefore most of the cryptography things we have will become easy to break. Lastly, or near lastly, the rare earth materials are essential in quantum computing, at least in the communication side. So Africa needs visionary and courageous strategy to not squander the minerals, but develop a win-win partnership in mining, refining these resources. Africa must avoid scenarios where it exports the raw materials, minerals, and import at high price refined version of the same. This is what I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing your vision with us, Ni. I think we're really close to the end of this panel, but I just wanted to go a quick round of very, very brief, perhaps one or two sentences, each of you, on a couple of additional topics which I think are important for the discussion. We discussed, this morning there was a lot of discussion about education and training. So I wanted to ask you, Thomas and Ahmed, if you could briefly comment on whether Africa is ready to develop the necessary, highly skilled workforce to start the quantum revolution in terms of researchers, technicians, teachers as well. How can African university respond to these needs? Perhaps just, quickly, Thomas, you want to start?
Yeah, thank you. So I think that is a very essential question. How do we get the workforce and how do we get the people interested in this? And from my experience at university, people are, because they usually come from poor backgrounds, interested in their chances of having careers and really having a livelihood afterwards, right? So I think the best strategy here is to actually develop an industry that shows that there are employment chances and that people can get a job there, right? So this is a little bit chicken and hen problem, but we have a plan how to do this, at least locally, where I come from, Durban. we want to first resell quantum technology together with international partners. Then we will assemble quantum technology. I'm speaking of QKD. And then, in the end, we will try to sell our own equipment our own devices that we are already building as part of this national initiative, right? So in the process, I think we give people a sense for that this is practical, this is not theory. This is something that can be sold and can make profit and has good chances to actually drive an economy. So even though we do it locally, of course, networking is important in this, and even though we do it locally, there will be these seeds that show people, okay, there is something to get at, and there is a new chance to do things. And that's what I see quantum technology is a new chance to develop.
Thank you. Thomas.
Yeah, actually, I'd like to add that universities should respond to these needs quickly. The first thing is that curriculum development is essential at that point. 60% of the jobs right now needs PhD. This is not sustainable. How industry can rely on PhD, how many PhD get awarded every year, and how many jobs are available. So we should have curriculum development for BSc level, master level, PhD level. But we have to be aware about curriculum development because we have to start standardization and unification of the intended learning outcomes to provide the market with concrete profile satisfies the requirement of the market. This is the first thing. Second thing, that universities should do mobility because, as we mentioned, the devices are expensive, so we can have mobility among African universities.
Thank you, thank you. I've been warned that we need to close very soon the panel, but I just wanted to ask a quick question to Yassira and Estelle about how we can ensure that quantum science and technologies are an opportunity also to close existing gaps that exist in societies, like the gender gap, like geographical gaps, other types of gaps. So how can we make it equitable and inclusive?
I'll go quickly. So I would say that we need to be very intentional when we are doing recruiting of possible graduates into quantum science and technology, because this will close the gender inequity right now in quantum science. And then we have to support female scientists that are becoming good leaders in quantum science and technology, and we need to mold them, provide mentorship opportunities for them, and give them opportunities on the world scale to basically shine. Because they are role models for the future generation as well. And so this is the best way to kind of circumvent some of these societal gaps.
Thank you, Sira. Estelle.
So, as it was mentioned this morning, we can start by quantizing our kindergartens, right? So quantum education definitively both in the cities, in the village, rural areas, remote areas, for sure. We talk about quotas, we talk about maybe scholarship bursaries for girls and diverse populations. And from a business perspective, maybe we can incentivize companies on taxes who recruit a diverse population of quantum and science technology people. They understand the language of fiscality, for sure.
I like this quantizing kindergartens idea. Ni, you're the wisest person here in the panel. Can I ask you to summarize in 3 sentences key messages from this panel to government? Assume that the minister is still, actually the ADG Science is here, Lydia Brito. Assume the minister is here. What would you tell them? What would be your key messages out of this panel?
Okay, the summary is policy, people, and infrastructure. But I'll elaborate it in 3 sentences like this. You have to really invest in some research and development and create the right private-public partnership, for actions on post-quantum initiatives. And do it in a way that is, driven by science and technology requirements. don't do it in any other way. It has to be done as science and technology folks do it. But you have to prioritize that. The second one is you have to really pay attention to the workforce questions being raised and build capacity in the sciences, in the mathematics, and in computing, minimally for this environment. And therefore, I recommend reinforce the existing training facilities, universities you have, and encourage and motivate students to engage in this field. I was talent searched, so you're going to have to talent search for people to come and join. You can't just expect they will come. You really must go after them and let them come and try to hold on to them. The last sentence is develop a clear policy and plan strategy to protect the rare earth minerals. The race for them is already on. It has started. And let's make use of that to ensure Africa participates properly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please join me and thank the panelists of...
We're grateful to Mr. Sandro Sandolo for moderating, and also we're grateful for the very deep and very substantial contributions made by Nina Kukweno, Ahmed Yunus, Estelle Inak, and Thomas Conrad. Please help me appreciate them with a round of applause. Before we call it a day here today, we've got three main items. The next will be a keynote address on the topic Unlocking Tomorrow, Quantum Knowledge as a Catalyst for Human Advancement. And that will be delivered by Heike Rehl of the German Physical Society. Shall we welcome her once again with another round of applause?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me again. It's a great pleasure to talk to you again. So, dear honored guests and distinguished colleagues, it's a privilege to speak to you today as we celebrate and conclude the International Year of Quantum Technologies, a very special year for all of us. This year has brought the global scientific community together, universities, national laboratories, industries, policymakers, and educators in a shared effort to advance one of the most profound transformations of our era. These transformations are not born from a single breakthrough, nor a single nation, nor even a single discipline. They emerge when knowledge reaches a level of precision, maturity, and collective investment that it begins to reshape our capabilities as humanity. In the next 25 minutes, I would like to speak about quantum knowledge, not merely as scientific insight, but as a catalyst, an accelerator for human advancement. Quantum physics, once considered abstract and remote, is becoming a practical foundation for new technologies, new industries, and new global collaborations. As scientists, we share responsibility to guide this transformation wisely, inclusively, and boldly. As a designated president of the German Physical Society, DBG, I'm delighted to represent the DBG today and to speak to you at this concluding highlight in honor of the formulation of quantum mechanics in 1925. As the world's largest physics society with around 50,000 members, the German Physical Society was delighted to be involved in the implementation of the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology, proclaimed by the United Nations from the very beginning. The DBG has with great pleasure and responsibility also taken the lead in implementing the Quantum Year in Germany and coordinated various events and activities under the motto Quantum 25, 100 years is just the beginning. I would like to convey the warm greetings from the president of the DBG, Professor Dr. Klaus Richter, who unfortunately cannot attend today's event and whom I have the great pleasure to therefore represent today. I'm also truly delighted that we as the DBG are guests in Ghana today, a great occasion to honor Ghana's role in the United Nations proclamation of the Year of Quantum Science 2025. Last year, Ghana was a guest country at our DBG annual conference at the University of Bonn and was represented by a delegation of distinguished academics and students. This led to new relationships, exchange of thoughts and ideas, and strengthening physics communication across Ghana and Germany. As our motto states, this has just been the beginning. Therefore, Professor Meshede and also Professor Henry Martin from Ghana are here with us today to grow this relationship and create a fruitful partnership in the future. This is just one example of many of new seeds that got planted during the last year. With the International Year of Quantum Technologies in 2025, the community has not only celebrated the past 100 years, but we also laid ground to make a difference in the future. It is about unlocking the future, unlocking tomorrow, and use quantum knowledge as a catalyst for human advancement. As physicists, we cannot answer the question of how and in what direction societies will develop. But physicists often influenced it and demonstrated large impact. A quick reminder to a few inventions and technologies before quantum, where physicists' ideas and experiments decisively redirected how societies developed economically, medically, and culturally. Take Michael Faraday. He demonstrated that changing magnetic fields induce currents and enable the generator principle, the basis for producing electricity at scale, and later for transformers and motors, and today, electric cars. This unlocked electrification, creating new solutions for lighting, public transport, and modern appliances. It reshaped productivity, urban life, and global economic growth by making energy distributable and controllable. It created an industrial and societal revolution. Take James Clerk Maxwell and Heinrich Hertz. Maxwell's unified field theory predicted electromagnetic waves, and Hertz experimentally demonstrated them. These breakthroughs provided the scientific basis for radio and later radar, DV, wireless data, and many more things that changed our society and are important to us even today. Quantum knowledge has been already a catalyst for human advancement and will be also in the future. Even though the International Year of Quantum Science is now coming to an end, I see this year as an important catalyst and driving force that has had an enormous impact on physics and society, and the consequences of this year and the lessons learned will continue to influence the development of physics and with it our society. Simply because the future of human progress depends crucially on the existence and acceptance of genuine science based on facts. Revolutionary discoveries and insights often took many years or decades, and sometimes even more, until they became fully understood and accepted. In some cases, truth and reality was denied for a while, and it was just too revolutionary. Starting by bold hypotheses and thought experiments leads often to quite some dispute, as we all know. For example, the important arguments and disagreement between Einstein and Bohr about determinism versus fundamental probability, God does not play dice, complementarity and the meaning of physical properties, the measurement problem, locality and entanglement. Theories were debated for many years. They could not be tested because a real experiment was impossible, impractical at that time. Experimental and technical breakthroughs were needed. New techniques and instruments had to be invented, built and engineered, and it often takes decades to accomplish this. But the dedication and hard work of the scientific research community creates facts. Only when these facts are known and accepted, the future impact can be created. In 1925, Heisenberg, Born, and Jordan published the foundational formulation of quantum mechanics. This breakthrough was instrumental to the academic community and has been achieved 100 years ago, but the future was not yet unlocked. I think I can say that the broad society was not aware and probably did not care at that time about quantum physics. But it was a seed and a catalyst for human advancement that was planted at that time. It still had to be nurtured and grown to make an impact. It needed a lot of more dedication of physicists and other scientific disciplines and engineers to unlock tomorrow, even 100 years ago. But we can for sure say that today, that quantum knowledge has already been a catalyst for human advancement. The IYQ isn't just a birthday party for theory. It's motivated by quantum's real-world impact and its growing strategic importance. Quantum mechanics became the scientific foundation behind many enabling technologies of the last century, and the last year spotlighted that broad societal role. It has reminded us that quantum mechanics is both one of humanity's deepest intellectual achievement and one of its most productive. The journey began even longer ago, when Planck, Einstein, Schrödinger, Heisenberg, and many others uncovered the counterintuitive rules governing the microscopic world. These discoveries did not merely refine classical physics, they redefined the nature of reality, revealing superposition, entanglement, quantization, and uncertainty as fundamental features of nature. From these ideas emerged the first quantum revolution. The transistor, first demonstrated in 1947, a plethora of electronics and all classical compute is based on this building block. The laser, invented in 1960, the impressive development in efficiency, wavelength range, and power, revolutionizing not only science, but industrial processes, manufacturing, like cutting and welding, lithography, medical applications, eye surgery, optical communication, LiDAR, etc., even laser shows. Solar cells harvesting the energy of suns, nuclear magnetic resonance imaging, and many, many more. The impact of these technologies to the society has been already gigantic and transformative. None of these advances was inevitable at that time. They flowed from quantum understanding and from a restless drive to transform that knowledge into new technologies that solve real problems. Today, we stand in the midst of the second quantum revolution, where the goal is no longer to observe quantum systems, but to control them. The shift from describing quantum phenomena to engineering them is what makes this moment extraordinary. It will enable powerful new forms of computing, sensing, and communication that will reshape scientific discovery, security, industry, and the global economy. It is also what makes the role of the global physics community so essential. The quantum year itself has been a true catalyst. It has been strengthening communication between physics and society, and also strengthening trusting international scientific exchange and dialogue. Strengthening communication between physics and society has been a key priority. Quantum physics has laid a lasting foundation for our physical understanding of nature and fundamentally changed our worldview. Quantum physics has also become an integral part of our everyday lives and culture. It plays a central role in areas such as energy, computing, communication, and medicine. And the future applications of innovations based on quantum physics are diverse and far from fully foreseeable. This knowledge of the importance of physics, including its immense social and economic significance, is of course trivial for us physicists. In practice, however, it is no easy communication task to successfully convey the physical findings and their potential for applications and innovations in everyday life, industry and business, to society and politics. In other words, to successfully bring these scientific findings to the street. The quantum year has done a great job here. It has been a catalyst for the emergence of diverse and in some cases entirely new channels of communication for raising global awareness of the role of quantum mechanics, thereby also strengthening acceptance for physics research. An impressive variety of activities was organized together with the European Physical Society and the sister societies of the DBG. These activities were aimed at anyone interested in quantum phenomena, including school children, researchers, industry professionals, artists, or simply curious individuals. Lots of highlights we could enjoy in 2025. For example, large events which happen in Germany and conferences are the DBG opening ceremony in Berlin, bringing together Nobel Prize winners, students, industry, and also podcasters and YouTubers was an excellent start. The closing ceremony in Münster was a multidisciplinary celebration of quantum science, combining research, industry, education, outreach, and culture. It successfully communicated the scientific legacy and future potential of quantum technologies to a broad public. The DBG Spring Conferences, which were held under the motto of the Quantum Year, including Europe's largest physics congress with several thousands of international participants. All these events had special emphasis to reach society in a broad way and not only keep the information in the physics community. They took special effort with new and innovative ways of communication, reaching into museums, combining quantum with art to make the difficult topic of quantum physics and its strange phenomena better understandable to the society. Also, new and innovative projects in the field of research and communication were developed to promote the broad impact of state-of-the-art quantum technologies and their dissemination to the public. Quantour, a cool project, a flying project, a quantum light source traveled across the globe, starting in Germany, touring in Europe, and reaching Canada and Australia, accompanied by social media posts and podcast series and numerous publications. A quantum light source in a suitcase. The project received several awards, And due to the high level of interest, there will be further trips also in 2026. Interactive elements were developed and initiatives launched illustrating the history of quantum mechanics. These resources will remain available beyond the quantum year. Furthermore, a new book entitled Women in the History of Quantum Physics Beyond Knabenphysik tells the stories of 16 women who made crucial contributions to quantum physics, yet whose names don't usually appear in textbooks. The quantum conductivity experiment kit and the Skittle card game were developed for schools to help students understand quantum physics in a playful way. Gaming, as a way to bring quantum physics to the society and make learning easier, has made a lot of progress. In addition, the special 2025 DBT Fall Meeting in Göttingen bridged centennial reflection and forward momentum. World-class plenary science, foundations to application symposia, and a visible link to industry and the public, all staged at one of the historic cradles of quantum mechanics. Special outreach and community events enriched the program. For example, a digital city tour highlighting Göttingen's quantum heritage. A very special evening event in the City Hall attracted around 1,000 people. The program combined a public quantum lecture with a world premiere of a choral symphonic cantata, Die Ordnung der Wirklichkeit, composed by Manuel Durao, performed with choir and orchestra of the University Music Göttingen and guest artists. This program notes explicitly linked the work to Göttingen's quantum heritage in the 20s. For me personally, that was a unique and very touching moment, and this I will never forget. It makes quantum even more special. Over the past year, the DBG's quantum initiatives have been everywhere, on city squares and in physics institutes, across the internet and social media, in classrooms and libraries, and even in museums and cinemas. The popularity of the quantum t-shirts is a light-hearted marker of just how widely this engagement has spread. In addition, the DBG has assumed responsibility for human advancement through 3 declarations made during the Year of Quantum Science, which serve as both a warning and a call to action for DBG. At the DBG meeting in Göttingen, on the initiative of the DBG, the joint declaration, Europe and the Future of Quantum Science, was published by the European Physical Society, together with 12 national physics societies, including the DBG. The declaration emphasizes that new quantum technologies can change our lives and bring great benefits to humanity. In the Joint Climate Appeal 2025 by the German Meteorological Society and the DBG, published last September, the DBG warns of possible accelerated global warming in the atmosphere and oceans, with a possible 3-degree rise in temperature by 2050 that the experts can no longer rule out anymore. To prevent this, we have called on all political actors to take more decisive actions for a climate-neutral economy to protect people and their livelihoods. Such risks can be minimized through increased climate protection. On the eve of Quantum Year's closing ceremony in Münster's historic town hall, the symbol of peace of Westphalia, we signed the Declaration for the Future together with the Japanese Physical Society. From a physicist's perspective, we warn of the dangers of any form of nuclear armament and appeal to policymakers to apply scientific knowledge for peaceful purposes to help shape the future worth living. Therefore, a particular focus of my upcoming DBT presidency will be to build on the success of the quantum year and to further strengthen quantum physics and technologies, their research and transfer into industry, and sharpen communication and dialogue between physics and society. In particular, to reach even more young people through new approaches inspire them to take an interest in physics, and encourage them to pursue a career or degree in physics, because the next generation is our future. Providing access to quantum technologies, including quantum computers, is a great way to learn about these new technologies. And it was great to see before also by Thomas Conrad, the African Quantum Coalition has been formed, and we are happy to actually also collaborate with it. Because it is only the beginning. The second quantum revolution has only just begun, and realizing its full potential will demand sustained commitment from all of us. Quantum computing, sensing, and communication may still be in their infancy, but they already reveal the transformative power that lies ahead. Continuous investment and development are essential if we are to capture the profound promises of this technological era, from designing sustainable catalysts to address climate challenges, to simulating complex molecules for new medicines, to deploying ultra-precise sensors that revolutionize medical diagnostics. These quantum technologies are to become foundational tools with far-reaching technical, societal, and economic impact. Around the globe, vibrant ecosystems are emerging, accelerating innovation and laying the groundwork for a competitive quantum industry. But to unlock their full economic and societal value requires strengthening all critical pillars: research and development, education and workforce training, broad access to quantum infrastructures, and targeted economic initiatives that convert innovation into industrial growth. This beginning can shape a century of discovery, prosperity, and global progress. To achieve this, we must advance quantum education and build human capacity by fostering quantum literacy at all levels. We must continue to raise public awareness and deepen societal engagement. And we must promote responsible quantum innovation while ensuring that access to quantum technologies is broad and inclusive. Science advances fastest when more people can participate. Finally, strengthening trust, international scientific exchange, and open dialogue is indispensable. The quantum year itself would not have been possible without close, sustained, and trusting cooperation across the global physics community. Proof that progress in quantum science thrives through shared commitment and collaboration. This may sound trivial, but it cannot be emphasized enough. Promoting and maintaining scientific exchange is essential for science and a valuable asset. This asset cannot be taken for granted. It relies on the exceptional commitment of scientists as well as the indispensable engagement of political and societal leaders who actively promote international exchange and collaboration. The future of human development depends on this commitment and the associated safeguarding of scientific knowledge and data, as well as the ability of current and future generations to find solutions to major societal challenges, above all climate change. Unfortunately, we are always reminded of how fragile this asset is when this exchange in global cooperation and appreciation for science are threatened or no longer possible without restrictions. That is why I see the conclusion of the International Year of Quantum Science as a mission to allow the spirit of the Year of Quantum Science to continue to act as a catalyst for maintaining and further strengthening international scientific cooperation and promoting understanding and enthusiasm for physics, for the benefit of physics and human advancement. Before I conclude, I would like to express my sincere thanks on behalf of the German Physical Society to everyone involved. I thank the national societies around the world for the fruitful collaboration from the first grassroots movement towards shaping such a celebrational year, and the continuous support within the IYQ Steering Committee. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the initiative taken by Mexico and Ghana to have the UN General Conference declare this the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. Also, I would like to thank the American Physical Society for her great support within the IYQ Secretariat from Together with UNESCO, as well as the International Society for Optics and Photonics, the Chinese Optical Society, Optica, and the Institute of Physics for their engagement as founding partners. I would like to express my gratitude to the DPG task force that was set up for this purpose. Some of its members are also here with us today. The task force worked together on a voluntary basis. They did a tremendous job for over 4 years and ensured that this theme year was truly visible and tangible for a wide range of target groups in the public and political spheres. Also, a big thank you to all their families who supported them and allowed spending their time on this task force. I would also like to express my special gratitude to the Wilhelm and Else Harrios Foundation. Only through their generous financial support, many projects in Germany were made possible in the first place. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share my thoughts and be part of this outstanding and impactful endeavor. With all this momentum in physical sciences and technologies, tomorrow is unlocked, and quantum knowledge is a catalyst for human advancement. We need to further drive the second revolution of quantum technologies for the good of global society. A big thank you to all of you who contributed. It is just the beginning. Thank you.
Walking us through the journey of quantum celebrations. Indeed, tomorrow is unlocked, and we can only look forward to tomorrow. Brighter quantum collaborations, brighter quantum discussions that will happen in the days ahead. I know we're getting tired, but don't get tired. We are wrapping up. We will soon leave this place. Next is to take a sponsor message from Mira Wolf Bowen's Open Quantum Institute. Mira. Okay. All right, we'll take it virtual.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. Distinguished representatives from UNESCO and the UN, honorable ministers of the Republic of Ghana, fellow colleagues and friends. I'm very delighted to join you today, although I'm very sad as well that I cannot be here with you in person. I would like to start by congratulating you for creating such a wonderful event, and I must really say that the passion and spirit of the event really translate even through the live stream that I've been watching throughout the day. As some of you will know and you're seeing, my name is Miro of Bouwens, and I'm the Head of Initiatives Development at the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator and Senior Advisor on Governance and Responsible Quantum at the Open Quantum Institute. The Open Quantum Institute, or OQI in short, is a multilateral governance initiative that promotes global and inclusive access to quantum computing and the development of applications for the benefit of humanity. As a novel science diplomacy instrument, it offers a neutral platform for international collaboration between research, diplomacy, the private sector, and philanthropy. And so I would like to take this opportunity here to share with you how we supported the IYQ and also what we do at the OQI. So to start with how we supported the International Year of Quantum, we helped to curate and coordinate a number of global events that I'm sure many of you will have participated in. So among these are 8 hackathons across 5 continents, and we played 20 quantum diplomacy games globally. Quantum diplomacy games are really aimed at getting everyone to envision the future with quantum. After the opening ceremony last year in Paris, where we participated, we also co-organized an IYQ opening ceremony in Geneva, together with UNESCO in Geneva, where we brought together another set of over 100 policymakers and diplomats, scientists, and educators to discuss the key topics of the International Year of Quantum Computing. And as a result of the opening ceremony, OQI and the UNESCO launched a joint call to action, where we reaffirmed our dedication to fostering multilateral cooperation, raising public awareness, driving collective action towards ensuring the advancement of quantum computing, and making sure it remains responsible, inclusive, and secure, that it's beneficial to people and the planet. And I've just heard from the remarks by Heike before me that there was another declaration, so it seems that we have managed quite a number of declarations throughout the year, and hopefully we can pull this effort really together. So what does the Open Quantum Institute do? To those of you who haven't heard of the OQI yet, essentially the OQI has 4 main pillars that are all collectively aimed at making quantum computing accessible and beneficial for humanity and the planet. So first of all, we're working on use cases for the SDGs. You heard throughout the day the potential of quantum computing use cases, and what we're doing is that we're sitting together with UN organizations to discover which of their real-world problems are computationally intractable and require quantum computing solutions. To make that very concrete, for example, we work with UN Habitat on a water leakage detection case in Mexico. We work with the FAO on a coated fertilizer design use case, together also with Morocco and the United Kingdom, and many other of these examples. And I encourage you to visit our website, where you can find a whole list of use cases that we're working on. We also working on capacity building, and this is really the core theme that I think a lot of us are working on, capacity building for everyone around the world, and in particular throughout hackathons. So we've developed a hackathon out of the box to make it really accessible and make it possible for everyone to develop a hackathon and deploy a hackathon. And we're working on quantum diplomacy games that everyone can play to imagine the potential impact and potential quantum future. We're also promoting open access to quantum computing. So we're working with the leading quantum computing providers and redistributing access to those who couldn't otherwise afford it, in order to run the use cases that I've mentioned on real quantum computing hardware. And finally, we're working on developing responsible quantum governance frameworks. As a neutral multi-stakeholder platform, the OQI is working to develop an effective governance approach to ensure that quantum computing is harnessed to advance applications and tackle really real-world problems. So looking ahead, what we after this International Year of Quantum, and I know that this is also what we're going to discuss tomorrow, I first want to look back at what the mission was and how it was announced in Paris. It was the mission, one of the key messages that stuck with me from Paris was that the IYQ was really to make everyone, if not everyone, most people and more people aware of quantum technologies and their impact, to ensure the responsible use and deployment of quantum technologies, and in particular quantum computing. And I think the IYQ has really amplified this potential, highlighting the real world progress, and highlighting also that real world progress requires global collaboration. And in particular, in the times that we live in, global collaboration around scientific topics, around technologies, is all the more important. And to ensure that we have equitable access to these technologies and the science and the scientific advancements. The Open Quantum Institute is committed to continuing this momentum and for the OQI also to continue working as a neutral hub at the intersection of science, policy, and society, and corporates to really bring these different stakeholders together and ensure the development of the technology remains inclusive and beneficial to all. So reflecting personally on the International Year of Quantum, it is quite clear to me that our success shouldn't be measured by the number of qubits we've stabilized or the papers we've published, but really by the community that we've built. So by all of you who are sitting in that room, all of us who are joining virtually, all of us who are gonna watch this live stream later, and everyone who in one way or another participated in the International Year of Quantum or will participate in the steps that will follow after. For me, the IOQ has really been a reminder that technology is only as powerful as the cooperation and the collaboration behind it. And so as we look into the future, the Open and Open Quantum Institute really should be our North Star, ensuring that as the technology matures, no nation or community is left behind in the second quantum revolution. So I hope that we can carry the spirit of science diplomacy forward to ensure that quantum remains a tool for global equity and planetary prosperity. And we at the OQI are very much looking forward to doing this together with all of you. And with that, I thank you for your attention and wish you a wonderful rest of the first day.
We're very grateful to you, Mira Wolf Bowens, for the presentation and underscoring the importance of the application of quantum science within every aspect of our development as a people. Shall we do a big round of applause and appreciation? And now, in wrapping up the day's activity here, I'd like to welcome here to the stage the Assistant Director for Natural Sciences at UNESCO, our main partner, Madam Lydia Brito, to give us a full summary. Shall we welcome her with a big round of applause?
Good afternoon. I can see that we are ready to go out and enjoy the wonderful surroundings of this hotel. So apologies for keeping you a few minutes more, but we felt that would be interesting to retain a few key message that we received today that would allow us tomorrow to really build in a very rich, I would say, discussion that we had today. And clearly the first one, and this is very important because as you can imagine at UNESCO, we lead many international years that are related to science. And there is something that we always try to do, is to make sure that that year starts something bigger. Doesn't stay just recognizing the past, celebrating the past, but really using the past and the present to really build transformative initiatives. And if there is something we heard today about this international year was precisely that it was not only about the past, it was also about the future and how can we advance a quantum agenda that is really beneficiary to all. His Excellency, the Minister of Education, this morning, he reminded us that discovery alone is not enough. And I think this was something that was very clear from the beginning in the conceptualization of the activities of this International Year of Quantum Science. So he reminds us that governance and responsibility must really accompany innovation. And I think this was part also of the awareness building, the type of activities we discussed during the year was how can we strengthen open governance of these new technologies and how can we make sure that responsibility in not only developing but deploying these technologies be an integral part of the process. And Professor Nee, you mentioned very clearly, let's learn from some of the mistakes we did with other technologies. You mentioned the internet, but we are doing a lot of mistakes with artificial intelligence. We can't do that with quantum science and technology, because at the end of the day, it's such a more powerful, disruptive technology than any other one we have seen before. So indeed, we need to do that. The chief director of the Ministry of Environment and Science and Technology of Ghana, also our host, also mentioned the importance of collaboration. And I think the issue of collaboration came through until the end, until the last intervention, I know your family name, Real. Dr. Real mentioned, but also our Mirta in Gesda mentioned that the importance of bringing people together and the multi-stakeholder approach. I want also to recognize the work of John, and I think he had a wonderful intervention this morning. And clearly, he reminded us, and that's also important, that curiosity-driven research, it's still fundamental. And many times, governments are confusing investing in true, strong research ecosystems that they can replace them just with innovation. And they forgot that we need the fundamental science, that we need the curiosity-driven science in order to do that. But John also mentioned something very important, that is the importance of trust in science. And how could you use these years to really build that dialogue with society, with policy makers, with industry, so that we can build this trust in science that allows us to use the best of the knowledge, the best of the technology to really address the sustainable challenges that we have today, and for sure we will have tomorrow. So I would say that the first big message I took from the morning was that quantum is not just a technological frontier, it's also a governance frontier. And if we don't address the issue of governance in this technology, we will see inequality, unfair access, and exclusion from the benefits of this wonderful one. The second key message that I took is that the future of quantum, in order to really help humanity to progress, it has to be decentralized. It cannot be in the hands of few. And I think throughout the day until the end of this session, the last session, clearly the importance of sharing, of open access, of benefiting all was very important. And that means that the progress of the science, of the technology, of the applications cannot be in the hands of few. It needs to be shared by all and built by all. I believe also that another important discussion was the theme of the day. How do we close the quantum divide? And clearly, in particular, the last panel when I came in, gave very clear messages there. We need access to quantum infrastructure. And for that, we need to collaborate. It's too expensive. No country alone can sustain that kind of big scientific infrastructure. And therefore, scientific collaboration becomes key. But also, we were reminded that if we don't have the people, if we don't have the critical mass, then I can have a lot of good collaboration, but I will be just appropriating whatever someone else is doing. So we do need to invest in capacity building and building critical mass in all the countries. And I'm so proud to see that many African countries are taking the leadership in opening quantum institutes and starting to collaborate together. Tom, you did a great job when you convene all the scientists in Africa to really think of what can we do together in the African continent. So clearly, the issue of funding also. You need big funding. So again, we need to join efforts to look at that. But also, of course, and again, Professor Ni, you mentioned that Africa has a lot to offer, in particular in rare minerals, and how can we use that richness, that natural capital, to really build an agenda and a collaboration that allows us to be players also in the game. And I didn't thought about it, so I thought it was quite smart that maybe that's one way that we can start discussing how can we use our natural capital to build our human capital, to build our research systems, and to be part of this wonderful revolution. We also, and I would say maybe this is the last message I want to put forward, and I think also again Dr. Real mentioned that. If it was something that was clear also throughout the year, is that we need ethics, an ethical framework of quantum science and technology. As you know, UNESCO has already a recommendation on ethics of AI. We just had our recommendation on the ethics of nanotechnology, approved last November. We are already working with our committees for the ethics of science and technology to start looking at the issues related to ethics of quantum. Because we know that if we don't use all the mechanisms and frameworks to build responsible progress, it's not to stop the progress of the technology, it's to ensure that it is responsible, and indeed it's for everyone to benefit from this wonderful technology. Finally, allow me once again to thank, as my Director General did this morning, to thank our host country, Ghana, His Excellency the Minister of Education, His Excellency the Minister of Environment and Science and Technology that unfortunately could not be with us today, the National Commission of UNESCO, and all our partners that really, really allow us to be here in Ghana, celebrating I never say end, the continuity between the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology to a new agenda, I would say, in quantum science that I hope tomorrow we can discuss. Also a word of thanks, of course, to my team, both in headquarters, but also here in our office in Ghana, to all of you, speakers, participants, contributors to this wonderful international year. I do believe that today was such a great way of moving towards tomorrow's agenda, that is what next, and how can we make sure that we continue together and bring even further colleagues and partners to do more with quantum science and technology for the benefit of humanity and the planet. I thank you very much for this time.
We're grateful to Madame Lydia Brito, who is the Assistant Director General of Natural Sciences at UNESCO. And based on that very comprehensive review of what we've done today would bring proceedings to a close. Would like to say once again a very big thank you to all of you for making today the resounding success that it has been. On the back of all of the other messages of gratitude that Madame Brito has given us, I'd also like to extend maximum gratitude to our friends, the media team, who've been working behind the scenes to ensure a live coverage on the official page of the Ministry of Education and other portals that are going to our friends in other places around the world. We thank all our coordinators, the ushering team, and also our friends from the National Ambulance Service, making sure that any eventualities are handled with brisk attention and professional attention. On that note as well, I'd like to say thank you very much for today. We look forward to seeing you later this evening at 7 p.m. sharp right here in this hall as we welcome you properly, the Ghanaian way, with the welcome dinner. And that will be exactly at 7 p.m. or 19 hours. Of course, that will be hosted by the Honorable Minister for Education, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Also, I'd like to say a very big thank you to my co-host, Mrs. Sarah Osei. Shall we do a big round of applause for her? And of course, our two sign language interpreters, they will be with us through till the end of proceedings tomorrow. And of course, with that, we look forward to some more, fruitful deliberations tomorrow. And most importantly, the best in terms of takeouts. So once again, congratulations to the teams, the combined teams of the Ministry of Education, the National Office of UNESCO, and all other collaborative agencies and coordinators. We're very grateful to all of you. My name is Nathaniel Atto. It's been wonderful, serving you from here, and we look forward to having a very fluid, smooth, and straight to the point day tomorrow as well. And to wrap things up, I'd like all of you to join me here on the stage so that we take one big memorable photograph to add to the archives. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, respectfully, please join me here. All of us would join here. Some on the stage, some on the ground, so we can have a big photograph. Still photography team, please be on standby so we take this photograph together. Thank you very much. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, immediately I do the countdown to 0, we all smile. Okay, just do a cheese smile. Thank you very much. So 3, 2, 1, and 0, cheese. Ladies and gentlemen, would like to have the speakers, all the speakers. Can we also have the founding partners be on standby? All the founding partners. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please do remember that the dinner this evening is strictly by invitation, and we've all been given our invitation cards. Please do take note. Once again, please do remember that it's strictly by invitation, and so please do make sure to submit your cards upon entry. Thank you very much.